predictions that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to, then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't
All right.
say which one is which you can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be um, the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumptions. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. Um, so reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There's no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But
yes,
here's another
yes.
one. Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again,
So you don't see how it parallels with.
Sorry?
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If you know what you just said prior, you don't see the
Yes.
parallel here. And then you
Yes.
said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is a heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into small assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more
But it's not
accurate, then
science, though, right? Because it's a problem,
no,
or
no,
is there now not a? So it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
Natural science. I'm sorry. Natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method, or well, outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, sorry, go on.
Is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment. So,
okay.
So they only remain hypotheses, unformed and unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maps, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, seeing it, if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, as the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that it's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing in the and would warrant some further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about a. It's
Why do they call it the?
that's not how
It's
it works.
about
I want to know why
alignment.
do they call it the
Alignment. So
cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. Called the axis of evil.
the axis of evil.
Yeah,
Well, it's-
cool.
it's
Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a very that's a name.
Oh yeah, so astrophysicist right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
and then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait a minute. Could you expand on that, please? Elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've. So after they came out with this result, maybe India can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter or is that something else?
I have not yet
No,
studied
that's
these
something else.
matters.
I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know where, like, I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm not at my laptop, so I have to,
Well, I
like,
haven't really
I
come
don't
up
know.
with much viable at all, from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have a something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are, located.
We're literally
located in.
sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale.
No.
How can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I posted the picture with the axis of evil, and yeah, they claim they sent a satellite in space to measure the microwave cosmic background radiation, and they detected. So this satellite was like above the Earth's surface. And the problem is that this satellite detected that actually the Earth's North Pole is the center of the whole universe. And this satellite was not in that center point. So whatever it measured, it found out that everything pinpoints to our North Pole. So in that sphere of scan, which they claim they did, or a dome, they found that North Pole is the very center of everything, of the world and the sky. And they call it axis of evil because, it demolishes the heliocentric model and also the Big Bang theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the
Yes,
whole.
there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang Theory, there is a center of the universe. Yes.
Right. So, yeah, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. Um, we wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the largest scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah. And another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, oh, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Hey, just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous. Homogeneous.
Yeah,
It's
so
homogeneous.
say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah.
It's the
Homo-
homogeneous. That's what it
homogeneous.
is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
There are
so
still
what they're doing is what they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
And forced to religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic for
He's
them.
sitting here saying, we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. Yeah. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not very true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically,
the notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering the issue. Can I do?
Yeah, I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I'm
I know because I know because the point that we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same. The only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So
So
what
you
about that is
disagree with-
incorrect?
Yeah, when you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well,
Yeah.
to be frank, these are quotes. And the
Yeah.
problem is science isn't done through quotes. You are
These are-
basically distilling a whole position to a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what?
No, they are true.
Wait,
But
okay, don't.
oh, sorry,
freak
yes, sorry,
out.
go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the photo that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university, and I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is.
No,
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Very limited.
I get what he's saying because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
Sorry, but
okay. Well, we get it, man. But we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I do. I think I do get what you are meaning. Meaning to say that there's the idea that you're trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. And it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be or should be fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will disagree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics, science in this case.
That's a
But
super
of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know. But still,
okay. Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space, because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like, things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to show you. They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So it was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong, because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's a
funny thing,
right?
These laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, to measure its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you're messing all the measurements if you move the table. So they don't work if they are in motion, those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings, and then you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. That's
Huh?
yes, that's true.
So
I think it's
how can be something
yeah, go on.
how can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
Quick
As a
question.
physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay, so my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you really mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then
So
is
you
that
believe
what you
it?
mean?
So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's the
No,
word.
than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but to keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, yeah, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No.
Radius, dude. If you're in a little gravity space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, those will have different time spans, but of course very tiny, very tiny. You
So your feet.
Them.
Then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know you wouldn't really detect that.
That's
Do you
pretty
think
No, no.
that
Not-
it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not
Do you
common
think it
sense.
sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy, I know. But the thing is, we cannot rely on
okay.
common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's fair.
So,
fair
yeah,
enough.
right.
You mean actually you have
So,
to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
common sense is inherent in our
Scientists?
reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they come from your senses, that's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one: flat is not a shape; it's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically, this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such. So now, actually,
No. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change academically for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference, though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference, is what he's asking.
Oh, yes. Difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay, so all the
like
physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay,
So,
it's just important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course, we know
the deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth. And that's the point we're making, is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not Quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the upper at a different angle. This
Wrong.
comes from
See, but well,
Wrong.
I didn't really want to get into. I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do
Mm.
is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of uh, lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case,
But
right?
real fast though,
It,
bro,
it
like
wouldn't.
I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, "Nuh-uh." He needs to know specifically. This is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, "Nuh-uh," the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio wave ever, radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before about the two models still giving the same issue result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
And also, yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something like that, or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface; it was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it. Right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason. Right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Also, yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military
Yes.
has a ground
Yeah.
weapon system.
Yeah.
As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system, and the title of the
Yeah.
military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane and they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume there's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look into it later. Thank you for that.
As a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection. What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting of an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question. Yeah. So when light does reflect of materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which really
that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level. But in reality, what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave, that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, you see the laser straight line, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true, and I can give you.
It will be diffused.
Yes, that's the word. That's the word.
Yeah, it's not a beam anymore.
All right, bro. But just because I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking the most important question, I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We got the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change, because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky, because it moves in the sky, and you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving, and the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal.
Yeah.
Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy, and we were all taught that idea.
And you
Sorry?
know, even on the
Cut out with
globe,
you.
the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. On the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know
And
the truth,
this means, yeah, go ahead.
well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay,
You
thanks for
agree that geometry is how you measure shapes.
yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Wait, let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the like. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
A black swan.
What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them in linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah. We use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah. And on these band strips, you have very, very thin lines, yeah. Just like on a ruler, you have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But these band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh yeah. That's a very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I am 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness. We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now,
Yes.
Now, this is not really a problem for us, which, I mean, we can build flat surfaces because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small but. You
Well,
include, yeah, exactly.
we have included, we have included, like in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location of the machine, yeah, we align this machine, yeah, with the down vector to be perpendicular, yeah, and it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, you know, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, yeah, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling, yeah,
Right.
with a very thin wire, yeah, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, yeah, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, yeah. So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found not they didn't found they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes. So yeah. Right.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, do you first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? Yeah. So you could measure any the difference with that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, yeah, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer, you know.
Yes. Because the thing
Those
is,
65 nanometers, you split them by 2, yeah, divide them by 2, yeah, 32.5, yeah, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser, 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, yeah, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
sorry, how
You
many
can
millimeters?
measure it very, very precisely.
Yes. Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Well, so just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes, and to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry, you mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check
Yeah, the plumb tools. Plumb
yeah.
tools, yes.
Yeah, and then you compare your, I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly, right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, you know, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, yeah, on a flat surface, yeah, it's not curved, yeah.
Let's say you do not measure
at the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, yeah, at the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined.
By
so
how much?
the machine will feel like it will be tilted, you know, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore, because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, yeah, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle like a disc, yeah, so we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle, and we choose that downward vector which is perpendicular with that surface will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move,
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, and we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, like, what laser was used, or like what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling
what
him about.
Talking about?
Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change
Never
the
mind.
subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift, or am I wrong? And are you like, how did it get here? Because I
No,
heard you
didn't say
talking
you
about it.
were wrong.
I heard you talking
I
about it
was.
in Midtown,
Yeah.
right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
So he's
has
seen
to
a
be
measurement?
present on the ball.
So
Yeah,
he's seen a measurement?
I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, yeah,
Mhm.
in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay. Well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this will be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
That will be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
yes, that's a very good question, a very good example of something that can well say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, it's a very good question, a very good model.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
either is there a variation in what would be the proper word?
Uh,
Is there a like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a
No,
change.
no, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in
Right.
that
I
building,
mean the
the bubble
elevation
will
as
point.
in
Yeah,
I mean the elevation as in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any
yeah,
on any point of the globe. So it's like
yeah,
for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a
yeah.
curving surface.
Correct,
That's not
correct.
possible. It's
yeah.
not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or
Yeah,
not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
yes, yes.
So there's not much. Well, yeah. So the thing is, on a
There
globe
is
Earth,
zero curvature.
yes, yeah, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. Then it will
Yeah,
be very well flat. And
yeah,
you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that the two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
You mentioned that you mentioned that you have
we
like those.
can measure.
Oh,
You see,
go on, sorry.
when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, yeah, the distance when you travel 100 meters, yeah,
Yes.
and it tells you you went in a straight line or a curved line.
Yes. And so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference how different the angle between those two plumb should be, assuming perfect assuming that the arrows do point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain
Yeah.
or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is
So.
the problem. Yeah.
Did you can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
This
at hand or
one,
later.
I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them, and I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that, I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
Small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Let's just say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected fact number.
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5. And to be honest, I didn't save this website, uh, which which now I am pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them, does the machine account for this and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening, Flatterday Saints. Flatterday Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience? Over to you.
Craig, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely honored to be here. It's quite a privilege, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe innovators. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangs. The serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess was great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make the song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat and willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted? Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the tricks. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling again. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess was great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up and no one better be still in this seat. Except Steven, leave him alone, he's chilling the seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment, shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it, and we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than Ellen DeGeneres. Hotter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, while I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, while you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Flatterday was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Flatterday Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
But use your normal stupid voice, not an extra stupid one.
I thought maybe
Yeah,
you could
cool
relate
story.
to me better if I spoke your native language.
Yeah. Cool. You know, on you go, just without the fake
Let
accent.
me change the settings here. Okay, settings changed. Okay, back to the normal voice. Anyways, this is me. This is my voice. If you guys haven't noticed, this thing's deluxe.
talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening, Flatter-day Saints. Flatter-day Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience?
Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you'll hear this amazing song. They don't have a shred of proof, cause the earth is still and just don't move. Horizons at eye level and flat. Stars show no stellar parallax. Michelson, Morley, Sagdad, and Gale. The famous series experiment failed. The Earth is the center of the universe. Bury the truth and the things get worse. NASA nearly takes the lead. Bill, that science guy, shares his creed. Groaning's less a magic crew. Be sure they're Satan's children too. Jesuits and Masons rule. They push agenda. Tesla's energy was new, then World War I and World War II. And what did Heidelberg go do? Toxic first and then on to Anarchy, the Nazi troops with the ships and planes and Cascadoos. And what did they find? We don't know. Some say German, some say snow. Some say that they reached the wall of a glass dome that's way too tall. But even though many of us are needy, they blocked us all with the Antarctic Treaty. Back to the project, paperclip. NASA's Nazi scientists, UFOs in Area 51. Where all the secret tests are done. Yeah. They start a Project Fishbowl. They try to make a great big hole in the firmament that's way up high. Planes and bombs, they try and try. False flags, pretend terrorists or actors that just don't exist. And fake Cold Wars and nuclear woes. TV tells us how it goes. Duck and cover, take your little pill. NASA's proven exactly nil. No Russia, US space race. Debunkers make too good of a case. How come I can see way past the curve? Eh? I mean way past. Incoming asteroids, could it be Earth? We'd be destroyed, we'd be destroyed. One big sun flare, that's all she wrote. We'd be destroyed, we'd be destroyed. Clinton and Obama, they just both went on Jimmy Kimmel's late night TV show. They mentioned secret files and make a note. The flat earth changed, aliens disclosed. Yeah. Now aliens will have to wait. Sphere versus flat debate. The more of us who know the earth isn't round will make this house of cards fall down. Careful what you wish for, friend. The flat earth, the real is not the end. This system, it just has to crash. New world order from the end. The next step of the evil plan is to make you take the mark in your head or your hand. I know that it's a real low blow. They got the money in your mind and now they want your soul. Big Bang, random life everywhere, evolution. Where's God? Where's God? Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you've heard this amazing song.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaronism, back with another video for you today. This video should separate the men from the fanboys, the wheat from the chaff, and the upright from the upside down. When shown the evidence, well, first you should verify it, always do your own research so you reach your own conclusions. But once you see that what I'm showing you is the truth, I think you have two choices. First, you can admit that there are some serious problems and then join in this fight for truth, exposing the liars and spreading the word and trying to end this time of deception. Or two, you can stay asleep, write some hateful comment. This way you feel better about that lie you're living, continue fighting on behalf of the liars, doing their dirty work, and in the process continue to hold back humanity, while we all continue to be scammed by those whose goal is to deceive and dumb down each and every one of us until not a single rational or thinking human being remains. H.L. Mencken said in December 1919, "The most dangerous man to any government is the man who is able to think things out for himself. Without regard to the prevailing superstitions and taboos, almost inevitably, he comes to the conclusion that the government he lives under is dishonest, insane, and intolerable. And so, if he is a romantic, he tries to change it. And even if he's not romantic, personally, he is very apt to spread discontent among those who are." The globe is in trouble, because once that alarm goes off, and you wipe away the gunk from your eyes, and finally, you can see the truth, there's no going back. You can't unsee the truth. You can't reapply the grogginess and the gunk. You're awake. And while you still might have to decide what to wear and what route to take to work, one thing you do know is that you can't go back to sleep. So what is it that you will know or realize by the end of this video? Well, you should realize that Antarctica is not what we've been told. So let's get it on with the evidence. Now think for some pretend second here that we're on a ball in the endless space, spinning on an axis. Such place would have two very interesting locations, a North Pole and a South Pole. The North Pole is pretty well documented, and there may be more to find there, but the place that we're going to discuss today is the southern continent, the South Pole. The Antarctic Treaty prevents countries from laying claim, prevents any kind of military action, and prevents you and I from going and taking a look. Luckily, we can review videos and webcam footage to get an idea of what exactly is going on down there. Now, let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent. That's quite different from the flat Earth model where the sun circles the entire Earth from above, and since Antarctica is around the outside, well, that doesn't include a circling sun, at least not around you at the bottom continent. Okay, let me show you what the difference between the two options would be. First, we're here at Neve.com, and the link is in the description if you want to check this out. And for someone at the pole, this is what we should see. I'm in Antarctica. It's December 19th. And we're going to start moving the clock here ahead just hour by hour to see what the sun does, or should do on a globe. We're at midnight here, so we're pumping ahead 2, 3, 4 o'clock. And you'll see the sun just does a 360 around the southern continent, which should be really evident and great proof of the globe. Show a couple video camera feeds or webcam feeds of that sun doing exactly that and shadows making a 360-degree turn. And there's your proof, flat Earth, dead in the water. So here we have another globe perspective. The sun standing still there on the left, and the bottom of the bogus ball would be rotating clockwise, causing the sun to shine 24 hours a day on the South Pole, which is vastly different than if we are looking at a flat Earth. Whereas a flat Earth with the sun making the trek daily around the Earth, somebody who is standing near the South Pole or in Antarctica would always see the sun coming from their northeast and heading off to their northwest. And so they would see something a little bit more like this image, which shows you exactly what I believe we are seeing. On the top there, I put a little view of what it would look like from Antarctica, and you can see the sun starting in the upper right and traveling to the left and heading out towards the northwest. Okay, so we now understand what we should see if the globe were the case. If the sun actually circles the southern continent and the Earth was a globe, then this should be absolutely easy to prove, right? There would be a ton of evidence of this easy to prove fact. Isn't that right? We should have video footage in abundance of the sun circling the continent, causing the shadows to do 360-degree turns around an item. I hope you agree with me. If you're capable of using your mind, and that since video recording has been around, that there is no reason to not have numerous examples of this so-called 24-hour sun. So let's take a look and see what we find. First up, a South Pole video, a 24-hour time-lapse. Oh good, 360-degree shadows. Let's watch. Here it comes. All right, so here we are at the South Pole. No way of faking this video, huh? But let's watch anyway and see. So we have some flags starting around 9 o'clock, heading towards 6 o'clock, and then they'll be heading up from 6 towards 3. Watch the tracks there in front of these small flags. Just keep an eye on those tracks here in a second and make sure you note where they're at. And we'll see that the front flags are rotating around almost to 3 o'clock now. The back flags look a little bit questionable, if they are even moving in a circle. And so now we're at 3 o'clock, so we're halfway there. We'll be heading towards 12 o'clock, but oops, here comes some bad weather. And what was that? They just took the flags. All right, so those flags are gone, and you can look at the ones at the top that do look like they're moving, but if you look for the tracks at the bottom, looks to me like a completely different day. Certainly not proof of a 24-hour circling sun. Not by a long shot. All right, let's move on. Let's check some webcam footage. Well, here we are, folks, 90 degrees south, Amundsen Scott South Pole Base and Station. And here we have a ceremonial marker erected by everyone's favorite traitors to humanity, the Freemasons. Can we give them a round of applause? Now, settle down, settle down. Come on, they're just like us. Only dirtbags. All right, so here we go. We're looking at this webcam footage. I'll leave the link in the description. We're looking from February 2012 all the way to April 2014. Started at this one here. And let's watch the shadow as it does its 360, proving the globe. Or maybe not. We can watch the shadows on all these webcam videos, and we can see that never do the shadows complete a 360-degree turn. In fact, never is there a video of an entire day. We could look up here and see at the time that it will go through and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, then it will skip to 10 for no reason. Remember, these are the webcam videos supposedly for the purpose of showing us the 24-hour sun at the South Pole. And we can see that the sun goes by the horizon there, right to left. But does the sun go behind us? So watch these shadows and you'll see them start, grow, and then skip. Start, grow, and skip. So what they're showing us is proof of absolutely nothing other than the fact that they have edited these webcam videos. You may also notice that the shadows start long, then become short in the middle, and then go long again, which would be the case on a flat Earth map where the sun is coming from your northeast and far away, which would cause a long shadow. As it passes the horizon, it would be even with you and cause a short shadow, and as it leaves, heading off to your northwest, it would again cause a long shadow. But one thing should be evident, that these are all edited and cut. So again, you can watch the sun as it comes from your northeast, across the horizon, and then takes off to the northwest. The sun does not go behind us, as would be required in a 360-degree sun path around the southern continent. Clearly, this shows us, if anything, that trickery is afoot. And this is not just one of the months. This is not just 2 of the months. It's not just 5 of the months. This is every month that they have a webcam video for. They have edited and cut out part of the day. And these are during the main months, which are January, December, and November, the southern summer. In this video, let's watch this green flag down below. You'll see it starting around maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rotates around to about 2 o'clock, and then resets. Rotate around, reset. This is obviously a lie. This is obviously not what's going on. Why don't we get to see the sun do a 360-degree turn around the southern continent? Now remember, this would be pretty good evidence and proof with a globe, because it doesn't work on a flat earth to see the sun go around the southern continent. However, on a globe, it is something that should be really evident and should be seen in every single summer video from the South Pole. But again, watch the flag. It'll start around 8 o'clock, rotate around until it gets to 2, and then reset and start over. This should be a huge eye-opener. Should be something that screams to you fraud, fake, set up, contrived. This is not what we would see if the sun went around the southern continent. So now let's think. If the globe requires a certain phenomenon, and it is required for 6 months of the year, and every single year, what sense would it make if we never get to see that phenomenon? Use your head here. What would that mean? To me, it means that it simply isn't the truth, that it isn't the case. We don't see what we're supposed to see. So what else are we supposed to surmise besides that what we're told is not the truth? We could look up here and watch the time, and you'll see we're at January 14th, and the time goes 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. So watch the times. Again, the link to these webcam time-lapse videos is in the description. You can go watch them all yourself and see that you have been terribly fooled. Now, if we watch these shadows here on this purple flag, you'll see what I'm talking about the shadow starting out extremely long, getting extremely small, and then getting extremely long again, which again makes no sense on a globe model, makes all the sense on a flat earth model, because the sun is coming from your northeast and far away, causing a long shadow. Then it crosses the horizon, causing a short shadow, and then escapes to the northwest, which would again cause another long shadow. So I would love it if somebody, anybody, would tell me what reason could they possibly have for editing these webcam time-lapse videos in such a manner. Why not show us one complete day where the shadow simply does a complete circle? In fact, they should be able to show us probably at the very minimum 2 months straight. That's 60 days or more where the sun does nothing but circle the southern continent. In fact, it's supposed to be more. But at the very least, this is at Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. There should be non-stop continuous shadows circling these flags. But is that what we get? Or do we get cut up and contrived fake webcam footages? Or at least edited? This is just a quick diagram in case you don't quite understand what I'm saying about the shadows changing from long to short to long. If you think of the sun starting in your upper right here, its shadow would cause a long shadow of the stick that you see on the left. And as the sun moves to the left, when it's in the middle there, it would cause a short shadow, which is right in front of us on the bottom. And as it continues off to the northwest, which is on your upper left, that sun would cause a long shadow on the right, on the bottom right, and that's what I'm talking about when I say that the shadows grow from long to short to long. So I emailed the head of the Australian Antarctic Division there, and she wrote back and basically said that the webcams at their Antarctic stations are subject to very limited internet connections, and frequent interruptions and dropouts are commonplace as the outages due to weather are extreme. Very slow bandwidth means we are unable to have constant streaming video. The time lapses you see on our site are stitched together from photos generated every 15 minutes, and basically saying that there'd be no way that they could have data from a whole entire day. Just taking a look at Mawson Station's current time lapse, for example, the images are being recorded overnight, and nothing appears to be missing. If you do notice anything absent on any of our webcams, please let us know the specifics so we can investigate any potential faults, or even maybe restore images where possible. So I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Why don't you have complete day's videos? You're cutting them yourself. So I wrote back, and she responded with, "Hi Jaron, I've spoken to our web manager, who was not available earlier. He let me know that some frames are actually missing by design. Because the webcams were set up so long ago, he had forgotten about a script he had written to omit frames that are mostly all black to save on space, bandwidth, and overall quality of the video. Chunks of time with just black screens are a bit of a waste," he said, "that if there is any reasonable light source in the image, then the image would not be omitted, and that the missing frames are based only on the amount of light in the image. Thanks for your email. We will now add this to the FAQ for future webcam visitors." And if you can't tell, this is complete and total horseshit, because what we were just looking at was the summer months when there is no night. It's supposed to be 24 hours of sun going around. Why are those images omitted? So I said, "Jen, I still think you aren't quite understanding what I'm saying. If you have time-lapse webcam footage from the Amundsen Scott base, then why is there no 24-hour sun video? You guys have cut and edited every single video. Why? It makes no sense with your answers below about black screens. Please explain. For example, watch all videos for November, December, January, 2011, 2012, 2013. And the most recent email, which came earlier this week, said, "Hi Jaron, the Amundsen Scott Station is an American facility, and for all inquiries regarding their webcam footage, you need to contact them. The information and explanation that Jen provided below still applies to ours. Kind regards, Denise." So I have emailed all the people at the NOAA and the NSF, and we were waiting to see if they've got anything new to say besides just the same nonsense responses. So again, I've sped up this camera footage just a little bit to get you some more views of these time-lapse footages, but it's all much of the same. You'll see shadows going halfway around and then resetting. You can watch the time in every single video to see that never is a whole day played. Sometimes it actually appears that the shadow comes very close to doing some sort of a 360-degree turn, but regardless, you can look at the time and see that at minimum, 8 to 10 hours is cut out of every video. So how could the shadow even be coming close to doing a 360 if you're cutting out a third or more of the day? Again, this is good evidence here. If you watch the purple flag start out very long, then it gets short as it goes in front of you, and then becomes long as it resets and starts over. So as I said, even if you watch that little igloo on the left, it may look really close to a 360-degree turn, but by looking at the time, 10 hours are cut out of that day. That just tells me that these have been edited. So, these are not accurate portrayals of reality. Again, the biggest and most obvious point here is that if it was a globe that we live on, then what they are trying to show us would be 1, easy, 2, occur daily, and 3, plainly evident. And it is none of those. It looks like they're trying to cut it up. It looks like they're trying to portray something that isn't actually happening. And it looks like they're trying to fool us. Let's pay attention to something here. Watch this shadow as it rotates towards the upper left of the screen, and notice that the shadow in this video coincides with the sun, not the opposite as would be required by, physics and optics. The shadow should be opposite of the sun, not rotating in tandem with it. Again, more evidence of extreme trickery, extreme editing, They're simply trying to sell us something that isn't reality. So, how much more will it take for these globe believers to stop in their tracks and just think, you know what? This is strange. And to stop making excuses for liars who have been deceiving humanity for hundreds of years. Because we've still got the same people, and you know who I'm talking about, who will watch this footage after that webcam, and will still believe in NASA and in science and believe that we would never be lied to, all because they're afraid of the implications. Well, it's time to face facts, and the facts say that we're being lied to. So, you can keep making excuses. You can keep just calling me names, put your hateful comment in the comment section. You can keep thinking that there's no way we could have been lied to. You can keep thinking that people have known that we live on a globe for thousands of years. You can keep bowing to those who deceive the world, and you can keep fighting on behalf of your handlers who are laughing at us all for two reasons. One, because they have fooled the world, and two, because you argue on their behalf. That is pretty funny, to have convinced people of a lie so strongly that you have the people who are lied to defending those liars and arguing on their behalf. It's time we wake up and see what's right in front of our face, and that's evident and evidence of something other than the globe we were all taught. If it's a globe, then someone show me the 6 months of video footage of the shadows doing a 360-degree turn at the South Pole Station. Should be easy, should be in abundance, should be evident, and should be all over the place. Yet we find none. And yet you will still sit there and argue on these clowns' behalf. So show me the evidence of this 24-hour sun. Show me the time-lapse videos that should be in abundance, yet can't be found anywhere. Now, you may find a video out there somewhere that shows one day of the sun doing something like a 360-degree turn, but where are they in abundance? Here's a video someone sent me. I don't want to use it for copyright reasons, so I have a link in the description below, and I'll point out 3 things for you to watch when watching this video. I'm sure you've actually seen this video before, the one with the watch in the lower left-hand corner. But take a look first at the shadows, or the lack thereof, of these mountains. Then look at the shadows of these poles or sticks off in the distance. And lastly, look at the shadow of this huge mountain. And finally, watch the sun rays that come from this sun and tell me this is reality. Now, someone is clearly playing stupid here, folks. We're told and taught as youngsters that Antarctica is a continent on the globe bottom, and we've just looked at tons of time-lapse footage, and in every single video, someone has cut out and removed the one damn thing anyone would want to see. Can anyone explain this? Can anyone explain this lack of evidence? Does it make any sense at all? Any at all? Does it? The sphere with a South Pole makes no sense, does it? A plane doesn't dip for the curvature, does it? It's concrete. The globe model has no truth, does it? So anyway, anyone got any good ideas of what to do with this globe model? I totally agree. Get him a body bag. It's over. He's done. He's got nothing left.
You stay focused.
Whoa. Miyagi's right. Gotta stay focused. I mean, sure, the globe is having issues, but so many people think of it as fact, simply because someone told them. No time-lapse footage of the sun doing 360 degrees around the southern continent, but it's still believed as fact. Alright, staying focused. The Freemasons live by a slogan, nothing is true, everything is permitted, so that they can keep us all in the dark regarding our true potential. And one of their very best tools is the southern continent of Antarctica. They used the Freemason Richard Byrd to push the lie. They erected the geographical South Pole as a ritual. I mean, Byrd had taken many trips to the North and South Pole, and in case you didn't know, his brother, Harry Byrd, was a governor and a senator, and did all of this work from 1916 to 1965. Both of them born to one of the wealthiest families in Virginia, and a member of the Federal Lodge No. 1 in Washington, D.C., these men will lie for each other and go to bat for each other, and all of them will back each other no matter what. In fact, all of Byrd's travels were financed by John D. Rockefeller. Now, who knows how deep Richard Byrd goes in all this, and exactly to what depth he was involved. He died, or was killed, not too long after Operation Deep Freeze, and his only son, Richard Byrd Jr., was found dead in a warehouse almost a month after his family had put him on a train. Every Mason will tell you that the art of Freemasonry is a glorious example of a most shining and noble morality, yet it's all kept a secret. They tell the lies that keep the world in argument. Now, for some evidence of this Freemason trickery, look no further than the current Guinness record holder for the North-South surface navigation, Sir Rand Fiennes. You can click here for an entire video showing that there is no north-south circumnavigation. And after you've watched this video and that video, if you still believe in the model we were all taught, well, then no evidence exists that will ever get you away from the lie that you love so much. Of course, you know about Freemason Robert Falcon Scott. Of course, this is where we get the name of Amundsen Scott from. You've also heard of the Ross Sea, I presume, which was named after yet another Freemason, Sir James Clark Ross. How about Sir Edward Hillary? Yes, another Freemason, member of the first expedition to cross Antarctica and reach the South Pole by land, doing so from 1955 to 1958. Or we can look at Elisha Kane, who was just another Freemason, also an explorer that is famous enough to have a crater on the moon named after him, and he did his journeys in 1853. Of course, in 1909, Robert E. Peary reached the North Pole, and in 1911, Roald Amundsen placed the flag at the South Pole. Yes, Peary and Amundsen were both Freemasons. And of course, you have another Mason, Sir Ernest Henry Shackleton, initiated in Navy Lodge number 2612 in 1901, passed in 1911, and raised in 1913. He separated from his crew. What follows is an amazing story of survival and heroism when the party was finally rescued and received on a ship captained by, yes, another Freemason, Luis Pardo. The list goes on, full of these Freemason tricks, these Freemason lies. And it doesn't just end at the North and South Pole. You see, our history is littered with Freemasons and their lies. In all walks of life, in all areas of study. Of course, you should recognize that Charles Darwin was, of course, a Freemason. Imagine that one. What about Charles Lindbergh, right? First to fly across the Atlantic Ocean? Perhaps. How about the reason kidnapping is a federal crime? Well, this is his doing, and the reason it's now headed by the FBI. All of that as a result of the Lindbergh case. Yes, in one of the earliest hoaxes or false flags, do some research on Charles Lindbergh and his child being kidnapped. You'll see for yourself what kind of government ran this country in 1927. And maybe he was the first to cross the Atlantic solo. I can't say that he wasn't. But what I can say is the flight taking 33 hours seems a bit suspicious. And as the media reported, I'm very sure that during the flight across the ocean, through snow and sleet, he slept. You heard me. First solo flight from New York to London, the man slept. The feat had already been attempted 6 times, and all 6 men never made it. They all died. Yet Charles Lindbergh, the Freemason, he did it, while dodging storm clouds at 10,000 feet and dodging waves as low as 10 feet. He also found time to sleep. Not a worry. Yeah, those Masons are amazing indeed. It's like the Mason who went to the moon, and on his first step off the LEM, he pissed on the moon. And when he was ready to leave, the first time ever that it would be attempted, he said, "Roger, Houston, we're number 1 on the runway." Circuit breakers. So all in all, the deception here is becoming clear. Why would there be no footage of a 24-hour sun? Where's the proof? Where's the proof that we live on a ball? Go look at images from 70 degrees north versus 70 degrees south. On a globe, they should be nearly identical, but you'll see that the south is a barren wasteland of ice and penguins, and the north is filled with trees, flowers, bushes, deer, bears, squirrels, elk, and everything else you can imagine. Why do all of these South Pole and Antarctic flights and planes have no windows? Is there something they don't want people to see, perhaps? Like, what's that sun doing? Why is it when you look at the WorldView 4 satellite images, which cover the United States in a pattern like this, stop in Antarctica like this, in a very circular pattern? Now, do I claim to know how it all works? Hell no. I've been lied to my whole life, like all of you. It certainly could be something like this, or there could be a southern continent like this. There could be no outer ice wall, and more land north and south. There could be Shambhala. There could be the Tibetan tradition of White Island and the Eternal Land. Universally through time, we've had legends that speak of Atlantis, or a sacred land located at the navel of the earth. Hindu mythology tells us about Meru as the mystical mountain of the earth's center. Like the Egyptians, the Indians conceived of a dwelling place of the gods known as Sumeru. Hebrew legends speak of a place in the north called Luz. Many ancient lands speak of a first continent known as the imperishable sacred land, and is the most mysterious of the 7 continents. It is said to be located in the region of the North Pole. This sacred land is stated never to have shared the fate of the other continents, because it is the only one whose destiny it is to last from the beginning to the end. It is the cradle of the first man and the dwelling of the last divine mortal. Of this mysterious and sacred land very little can be said, except perhaps according to a poetical expression in one of the commentaries, that the pole star has its watchful eye upon it. Buddhist texts say that Shambhala can be reached only by a long and difficult journey across a wilderness of deserts and mountains, and warn that only those who are called to have the necessary spiritual preparation will be able to find it. One text says that the kingdom of Shambhala is round, but it is usually depicted as an 8-petaled lotus blossom. The modern theosophical tradition, too, recognizes that Shambhala is a real place. Shambhala, although no erudite Orientalist has yet succeeded in locating it geographically, is an actual land or district, the seat of the greatest brotherhood of spiritual adepts and their chiefs of Earth today. From Shambhala at certain times in the history of the world, or more accurately, of our own 5th root race, come forth from the messengers or envoys of spiritual and intellectual work among men. It is surrounded by an akashic veil of invisibility, and an army of airplanes might fly over it and not see it. In it are gathered some of the most valuable records of the human race. There, surrounded by the greatest and most evolved human beings, the silent watcher of Earth has his invisible abode. Meru, which was the Olympus of the Indians, is said to be situated in the center or navel of the earth. It was guarded by serpents, which watched the entrance to the realm of secret knowledge. According to tradition, it was the land of bliss of the earliest Vedic times. Occult teachings place it at the very center of the North Pole, pointing it out as the site of the first continent over the entire Earth. H.P. Blavatsky states that Meru is not the fabulous mountain in the navel or center of the Earth, but its roots and its foundations are in that navel, though it is in a far north itself. It connects it with the central land that never perishes. Occult teaching also corroborates the popular tradition, which asserts the existence of a fountain of life in the bowels of the Earth and in the North Pole. It is the blood of the Earth, the electromagnetic current, which circulates through all of the arteries, and which is said to be found stored in the navel of the Earth. In the book Paradise Found, William Warren writes, "The earliest inhabitants of the Tigro-Euphrates basin located the center of the Earth, not in their own midst, but in a far-off land of sacred associations where the holy house of God is situated, a land into the heart whereof man has not yet penetrated, a place underneath the overshadowing world tree." The Chaldean account of Genesis we read, "Human beings the great gods created, and in the earth the gods created for them a dwelling. In the midst of the earth they grew up and became great and increased in number. 7 kings, brothers of the same family, Iranian, Indian, Chinese, Scandinavian, and Aztec literature also refer to the ambiguous location of the center of the earth. The Japanese paradise was situated on top of the globe and at the same time at the center of the earth. It was called the Island of the Congealed Drop. Its first roof pillar was the earth's axis, and over it was the pivot of the vault of heaven. Similarly, the Chinese terrestrial paradise was also round in form and is described not only as at the center of the earth, but also as directly under Shangtai's heavenly palace, which is declared to be in the pole star and is sometimes called the Palace of the Center. The Egyptians located their Ta Neder, or Land of the Gods, in the extreme north. Today there is an echo of these ancient traditions in the fact that children send notes to Santa Claus, or Father Christmas, in his wonderland at the North Pole, asking for gifts. The Eskimos have legends that they came from a fertile land of perpetual sunshine in the north. In Psalm 48:2 of the Bible, Mount Zion is said to be in the far north. And in Ezekiel 28:13-14, Eden, the garden of God, is placed on the holy mountain of God. In Hebrew tradition, the primeval Eden is sometimes said to be at the center of the earth. According to the Hindu Karma Purana, an island called Shvetadipta, or White Island, lays in the northern sea. More recently, we have even more polar puzzles as far as the open polar sea. Many 19th century explorers believed that beyond the belt of pack ice at the perimeter of the Arctic Ocean there was an open polar sea, and possibly continental land as well. In 1827, an expedition led by Edward Perry ventured far north of Spitsbergen, over ice and along leads of open water. As they sledged north, the ice field became lighter and more fissured, and they eventually found themselves on the edge of what seemed to be a vast open polar sea, containing only a few scattered pieces of ice. While attempting to reach the North Pole in 1871 to 1873, 2 young Austrian explorers, Karl Weyprecht and Julius Payer, discovered the islands of Franz Josef Land and came to believe that they were the outliners of a continental landmass. Lieutenant George Washington DeLong hoped to find this land, and in 1879 he sailed in the Jeannette through the Bering Straits into the Arctic Ocean, planning to take advantage of the warm, north-flowing currents, which he believed would open a way through the pack ice. However, in June 1881, his ship sank in the pack ice northeast of the New Siberian Islands, a tragedy which DeLong and many of his men did not survive. Early Arctic explorers reported seeing birds and animals moving north as winter was setting in, instead of going south, and inferred that they were headed to a warm land that must lie in the north. Perry once experienced a heavy fall of black dust in Greenland and thought it might be volcanic dust from the unexplored land to the north. In 1904, Dr. R.A. Harris of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey published an article explaining why he believed that there had to be a large body of undiscovered land or shallow water in the polar basin northwest of Greenland. He argued that the prevailing currents seemed to indicate the deflection by an unknown large landmass lying in this approximate area, that the Eskimos living on the northern fringes of the Arctic Ocean had a tradition that a landmass existed to the north, and that the disruption of the tides north of Alaska indicated a moderating effect explainable only by intervening land. Various Arctic explorers actually reported seeing land in the distance, though it should be noted that visibility can be poor and mirages are very common in this area. Have you ever heard of Crocker Land? Another famous disappearing land was called Crocker Land, discovered by Peary. He saw it on the 24th of June 1906 from atop a 2,000-foot mountain situated behind Cape Colgate in northern Greenland. Peary says that through his binoculars he was able to make out, apparently a little more distinctly, the snow-clad summits of a distant land in the northwest above the ice horizon. Peary estimated that Crocker Land lay 120 miles from the northern coast of Axel Heiberg Island. How about Bradley Land? Frederick A. Cook stated that on his journey to the North Pole in 1908, he looked for Crocker Land but did not find it at the location given by Peary. However, he said he seen a mountainous, ice-clad land slightly further from the shore, which he named Bradley Land. He saw it to the west of his line of march, north across the pack, on the 30th of March 1908, and again 31st of March. Prior to his attempt at the pole, Cook expressed the common belief that land would be found north of the Arctic Ocean. Jan Leprecht takes quite a different view on Cook and Peary and the controversy surrounding them. Leprecht speculates that the land had been magnified horizontally. Nevertheless, for the mirage to extend over a third or more of the horizon, without any noticeable degradation in brightness, the land itself would still have to be enormous. Lamprecht believes that Cook's photo of Bradley Land may also be a telescopic mirage, probably of the easternmost extension of Crocker Land, which he thinks is located on the Earth's outer surface, but is being covered up because it lies too close to the polar hole. He thinks that Keenan Land also could be a telescopic mirage of the same gigantic polar continent, seen at a distance of over 900 miles. Lamprecht also believes the polar land and hole might have been discovered in 1926, when Amundsen, Ellsworth, and Nobile made their transpolar flight from Spitsbergen to Alaska, but instead of publicizing their discoveries, they supposedly went straight to the military and were sworn to secrecy. If there is any land or polar opening in the region of the North Pole, they would surely interfere with the drift of pack ice. In this regard, Wally Herbert makes an interesting observation about his experience on the Trans-Arctic expedition. We began to feel that there was some obstruction along the imaginary line, which describes a circle around the pole at a radius of 260 miles. A hump, perhaps, over which the ice drifting north cannot pass. Nansen had faced a similar problem during his epic drift in the Fram. After the first 18 months, it had become evident that the 13-man crew of the Fram were unlikely to come any closer to the pole than 300 miles unless they left the warmth and safety of the ship and set out on foot. Although it is often said that the Arctic Ocean and seafloor have been thoroughly explored, it should be borne in mind that this ocean is 1.5 times the size of the United States of America, so the possibility of a small opening or island with a tunnel having gone undiscovered cannot be absolutely ruled out, and as far as the possibility of a cover-up is concerned, well, it's worth noting that according to some mystical and esoteric traditions, certain sacred areas of the earth are protected and concealed by the exercise of occult powers. Many people have asked about the 24-hour sun in the south, and while we know that there is no 24-hour sun, we don't know that there's no 24-hour light. If you take a look at a couple of these images, you'll see that if we put anything past these guys, that would be a mistake. The ability to easily reflect or deflect the sunlight, or could it simply be an atmospheric effect? So do I know the answer? Nope. We need everybody doing the research. So the point is, we've been lied to. And step one should be pointing out the lies and exposing the liars. Then we will have people everywhere searching for the truth. So is there an ice wall? Where does it expand to? Is there more land south like the Iron Republic? Or is there a paradise north like the Garden of Eden? The answers are there for us to find once we realize that we live in a lie constructed by Freemasons, Jesuits, Jews, and the priest class. And now, add to the mix scientists, astronomers, physicists, and more. Not because they are hiding it purposely, but because they are too proud and too blind to look into what we're saying. You don't live on a ball flying magically through space. Be kind. Don't lie. Open your mind. There's truth inside. This has been Jeranism. Like this video, share this video. Till next time. Peace.
There's a lot of music there at the end. Twilight Zone mixed with Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah, Jeranism likes his effect. He likes to cast the stage when he talks. I don't blame him. He puts a lot into his stuff.
Sorry, what'd you say? I'm sorry, I had to turn you up.
Sorry, mate. I was speaking in broad Scots as well. It probably wouldn't have helped. Yeah, I like the music that Jeranism puts into his stuff. He likes to draw the whole picture. I've noticed things like that with, like nature documentaries or space documentaries, you always get the music that goes along with it for the effects and the creates the whole thing. I kind of like that with Jeranism. He does a lot of that as well.
He creates an atmosphere. I mean, if you want to use the word sphere, he creates an environment.
Yeah.
So I blocked off some doors that my cat usually is able to go through, but I need to keep that bedroom clean, so I blocked him off, and he's pissed. He's so mad at me. He's like, dude, can you hear him? He's like, dude, let me in the fucking doors.
Your door's going to be scarred. He's going to start.
That's okay. Yeah, he's going to, and the carpet's ruined over there too, but I don't care. It's an apartment, and they were going to have to replace the doors and the carpet anyway.
Cool. Cats are amazing when you get in their way. I used to have one that did things like that with me.
Yeah.
And she would come up and look at me all nice, and I would pick her up, and she would bite me and scratch me. And then I would get the point.
Yeah, and what's crazy is their instinct is like, if you pet their butts and they act like they like it, they actually a lot of times don't, and then they'll reach back to bite you because it's like an overly sexual thing. They have way too many sex glands on their bodies. So they'll come up and rub on you, and you're, oh, he's being sweet. No, it's not what he's doing.
No, he's marking you as his territory.
That's right. That's right.
My slave.
Flat and stationary.
Pure just not going anywhere, you know.
Nope. They don't want to. Glovers don't want to accept that because we don't feel movement, we aren't moving. Like they can't wrap their. They're like, no, it has to be this really complicated, math equation, and we have to be spinning in 4 to 5 different directions, millions of miles an hour collectively. But no, you don't. You could just be standing here like it feels like. Okay. Don't worry about it. You don't have to go nuts. People are being convinced that the most complicated answer, or at least a very complicated answer, is generally the correct one compared to the simplest answer. When we know Occam's razor usually kicks in, not always, but usually, the simplest answer is the correct one. Do you feel spinning? No. Then you're not spinning. Can you find curvature? No. Then it's not curved. Why'd they call it a horizon if it bends? I don't know, but it means curvature. You're smoking bowls. You're doing drugs if you think that. Metalark. Come on. What is that?
Smoking bowls never made me see curvature.
Right,
or
right. I don't mean bowls of weed, though.
Oh.
Good day, boys.
The earth is
Look,
flat.
Kiwi. Hey.
Good day.
Hey, man.
Hello.
Clay under seal, hello. Sonny,
Hello.
greetings.
Greetings, everyone. Bill He, it's been a long time. How are you? I have a book by Bill He.
Okay.
All right.
The book did good. First year.
Cool.
Did you read it?
I sure did. I have it in my bookcase here. I read it. I only read it once, but, that's one that could be read over and over again.
I just, the thought.
Mm-hmm. I thought about
Matrix.
I thought about writing a book, but how do you write a book about like what we've learned in here? Where do I start? I guess I could write my own journey.
That was
I
going to
call
be my
mine.
second book.
I'd call mine Globe Earth Belief and Other Cognitive Deficiencies. You know, get him really riled up.
Yes, that's right.
Water's flat, Matthew. Horizontal.
See too far.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Here's the deal, Globers. Your best representative is somebody who says, yes, water forms into a mountain. Okay?
Yes, that's right.
It's unreal. Absolutely unreal that you're letting this happen.
Hilarious.
The Earth is flat.
Thanks, Matthew. We know.
Matthew's no longer Matthew Globerman. He's Flat Earth Matt. I mean, let's just be honest. He's a flat earther at this point. You just
Yes,
heard it,
that's
folks.
right.
Yep. Matthew, is the Earth flat?
The Earth is flat.
Awesome. See? That wasn't hard.
What I like as well is Matt rhymes with flat.
It really does.
Yes, that's right.
Matty the Flatty.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
They do.
Yes, that's right.
They do.
Who does?
I think of Bullwinkle. Remember Bullwinkle?
Mm-hmm.
They do.
He's talking about us. The they in that is flat earthers.
Yeah, no, I realize that. He's absolutely hilarious. They do.
Oh, he just sounds so jolly about it.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Like, he didn't even want another take of that. He said, it's twice. That's grammatically incorrect twice. And he's like, no, I'm good with that. Let's keep it. Like, hey, no, you can retake if you want. No, we're good. That's fine. I'm all set. Okay. Same thing with Don Pettit. Well, then, you have a leak.
Yeah. Like Jaron said, that when the first person to supposedly walk onto the moon, took a leak and told them, number one is on the runway.
That's ridiculous, dude.
Problem. I mean, if that's not taking the piss, what is?
Yeah, what is, for sure.
Oh.
I mean, isn't there two giant mistakes that they made? Temperature on the moon and the suit that they wore. I bet you wouldn't hold up today.
Yeah.
And the moon versus the Earth, 5 times larger. Shouldn't it have been the whole sky, the Earth?
I really like the advanced cardboard technology.
It's so funny. I was watching something. I was watching this. It's supposed to be a documentary. It's called What on Earth? I guess it's one of the failed shows, and they were they were actually in the place in Arizona where they actually bombed it with dynamite to make craters that look just like the moon's, supposedly. And in the background is that flat top mountain that's in all the moon images that they use for numerous shots. One time it has a rock in front of it. One time it has the rover in front of it. one time it has nothing in front of it. It's the same freaking mountain. It's like it shows it. It's so hilarious. She got a screenshot of that.
What is not hilarious about NASA?
Mm-hmm.
No.
What's not hilarious?
Yeah.
Their smug demeanor in lying to us.
Yeah.
Pieces of fucking shit.
Yeah, that's kind of not funny.
I mean, I have a lot more to say, but yeah.
If you're Mason and you're bound to secrecy, it's totally fine, right? Because they still give you hints to know that they're lying. So, you know, in their eyes, they're not doing anything wrong. That's how screwed up these people are. Just think about telling kids stories that lead them off into fairy tales. Just think about that.
Well, people get used to it right away with Santa. First you're lied to about Santa, right? So that makes it pretty much okay. And then later, you know, it's like, well, kind of have to lie about Santa because everybody else is doing it, and I don't want our kids to feel left out, even though it's a lie, you know. And then they just perpetuate it.
Wow. Absolutely crazy.
So they get you real used to dishonesty being okay, right? Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, all this stuff. And it's cliche to talk about, but that's because it's true.
Right. That really puts down the moral credibility.
Well, I think it's really bad is there. I don't even know if I should say this on the live stream, but let's just say there's a lot wrong with the statement, oh, it's just a little white lie.
Yeah.
That's like tons of wrong in one statement. Right, and we all know Santa is an anagram for Satan.
I don't even know if my parents ever lied about Santa. I think my dad, the first time I could recognize it, just said it's a made-up lie by Coca-Cola.
Wow, you had a pretty good upbringing. My mom's woke-ish, I guess, diet woke at best, but she can critically think if she wants to, and she taught me how to do it. And
yeah, same for me.
But she did the fucking Santa thing for as long. I mean, like, I was like 8 or 9, and I was going, Mom, come on, you don't need to do the Santa thing. Just give me my fucking presents. Stop it. It's really embarrassing to have my parents still doing this. Of course, they finally stopped. Just shy of me going to middle school.
I think it was kind of, you know, we have a lot of garden around our house, and as a kid, I knew that the Easter Bunny was not real. I knew my father was like putting chocolate everywhere for me to search it, but still, you know, it was it's a nice remembrance, right? It's like a nice thing when your dad wakes up early in the morning to like put chocolate everywhere in the garden, and you go out and you need to search everything.
That's fun. Yeah, you don't have to tell me that a big fat dude came down the chimney. What the fuck? Come on. Just
the Easter Bunny in this
weirdos.
case.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate that. Is something wrong with my voice? Because like my Discord is showing the green thingy going up very late.
No, man, you sound fine. You sound good.
Whoa. You sound, I was just about to say you sound fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sound good.
Weird.
Kiwi, you didn't overstep. You're good, man. Stop apologizing.
You guys heard about that though, right? The
What?
tinsel on the tree being represented.
Never heard of that, but that makes sense.
Bruh, I heard about that,
gross.
and then the star being the defamation of the North Star. It's
Bruh,
it's
you got
gross.
you have to be 17. You just said bruh. You can't.
No,
Don't
I'm a
mark
42-year-old.
him for that. Bruh is his thing.
No. The way it's the way he says it. Because like my nephew
My
says
guy,
it.
listen. I'm 42 with a
I'm
15.
bowing out here for a second.
You're 42 and you said bruh.
My guy, I'm 42 with a 15-year-old son. So leave me be, my child.
That's where you get it from. Is your son.
Exactly. I'm trying to keep my big toe in the door, man. Leave me alone.
That's hilarious. That's great. I love that.
Watch the latest episodes of South Park. They go into that whole scenario with the teenage boys. Oh, dude, it's hilarious. And they all say that. Every last one of them. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
I can't. I'm trying to do my best to run this race with my blinders on, because I figure if I don't know about it, I can't be accused of it. Like my son, his last exam was science on Thursday. He's in grade 10. So he drops, he says to me, well, the Earth is hundreds of thousands of years old. And I looked at him and I said, okay, so we're discussing evolution versus creation. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. So then we were able to unpack his whole, science and gas not having a container and whatnot, because that was my end question in the conversation. Gas needs a container, right? And he looked at me and he's like, yeah. And I said, okay, cool.
Does he now know that it is flat?
No, he's still unpacking, right? But he's pulling home straight A's, so I can't attack the soapbox that he's standing on, right? I can just, because he's doing his walk in that world, right? I have to honor that, but he still understands the concept that gas requires a container. And as long as he understands that concept, I'll let him play in the sandbox, do whatever he does, but he understands the main concept of gas needing a container. We can unpack that when he's like 40 or something.
40? Bro, no.
Yeah, now you need to attack his little ass right now.
Well, it's a fine line. I know what Kiwi's saying. So like if I think back to middle school, high school, etc., to get good grades, you have to regurgitate bullshit, and you have to believe it if you're going to care about getting the grades, because otherwise you just sit there and go, what the fuck is this garbage? Why the fuck am I here? So
you get angry.
So he's got to live the fantasy a little bit and get through and get his piece of paper, and then you should drop hammers. So.
Well, yeah, but the thing, I keep asking him, what do you want to get into? And I thought I saw a little bit of crack of light, because he said to me, surveying. And I'm like, okay, cool, we're playing on the same level, because I like numbers. Because if he drops into surveying, then I can just let him find his own way. Because he
of all the careers, that's Goldilocks right there. Sick.
Right? So, but he's looking at mapping. I mean, he does his streaming on Twitch. He's got straight A's. He works out. He does his thing. So I'm literally just leaving him in his lane and letting him run his race. But I got you. I understand the whole aspect of being able to make sure that he sits in the right lane. Like if he had B's and C's, or even C's, I'd be like, yo, the Earth is flat. We need to go talk about this. But he's running the race. He's getting straight A's. I can't be mad at that.
Right, exactly. And why kill the party? No, but Fraud's right. I think eventually it needs to happen.
Yeah, I think, I'm not a father.
That's what fathering, and again, I'm going to step in as a father and say, that's when I step in as a father and be like, okay, look, we need to talk, because obviously, depending on whatever field he's going to get into, if he's going to push bullshit, then I have a problem with that stuff, right? But running the race, I can't be mad at that.
Well, the thing is, though, when they're this young, their brains are still like sponges, dude. So you got to put a lot of information in there, because then this is when they'll research. They won't do it when they get older, because it'll be hard. They'll be stubborn, and they'll be set in their ways. You know what I'm saying? You got to get him while he's still a sponge. Loving to absorb information. Because if he's still making straight A's, bro, that means he's in the books. You know what I'm saying? That means he understands, and that means he comprehends well. So I would push as much as you possibly can, especially if he's going into surveying, to get him to understand. I know what the fuck a straight line is. and what's not going to bend. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, get them while you can, because once they get old enough, they're gonna get set in their ways, and they ain't gonna. Oh, my dad, he's old, and he's old, but
Yeah, man.
you know what the hell he's talking about.
I appreciate that.
The thing is, I be honest with you. I think once he would go from university and he's finished with that, afterwards, it's gonna be pretty hard to make him understand certain things about this reality that we live in.
I don't agree. I think. Hold on. The ilk that Kiwi's son is going to be is going to be different.
At least that's what I see with my brother. He attended university, and it was a private university, and he was like, I don't know, like he had one of the best. What is it called? One of the best. When you end the whole thing, the best grade, like the
GPA.
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to tell him anything that is not mainstream. Like he is completely on the fence when it comes to like pedophilia, or I don't know, like he disregards everything about secret societies and so forth, even though he himself...
Hang on. Let Fraud finish, because I don't want him to forget it.
Oh, sorry.
Well, what my I was gonna get into that, because like my brother went into college and he became brainwashed, right? And so he didn't start coming out until like I want to say like 5 years ago, and he's 2 years older than me. So now he understands the conspiracy stuff like that. But when he first came out of college, dude, he was severely brainwashed. Like he was spouting some shit that I was like, whoa. So I just had to leave him alone, because he was so covered, he was so immersed in it. So it just depends on what kind of college he goes to. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to be careful. That's like plant a seed as much as you possibly can right now. That way.
Yeah, that's a really good point, man. Holy shit.
Because how liberal these schools are now, dude, bro. I mean, that shit's scary.
It makes me physically nauseous to think about that now. What they're like in kindergarten, they're teaching kindergarten is this nonsense. I can't fucking believe it.
Yeah.
You know what got me, Abe? It's the aspect of college and university, right? And they go away and like dorms, whatever, right? They get them pledges, whatever the heck they call sororities. There you go, crap like that, right?
That's fraternity.
Yeah, fraternity. Yeah.
Fraternities.
Sororities are the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a desire to belong. You know what I'm saying? They want to be part of something. So that's what happens when you get into college. You have to join a clique, or you just learn to be self-independent. And I don't know where your son falls in. So you have to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? Like, does he want to be part of a group, or is he fine being by himself?
Yep, you got to click up now. You got to click up if you're gonna succeed socially.
That is huge.
Mike's 8 years old. I don't push anything. If she says something, I correct. I only say through the sentence, and I don't speak about that. If she say moon, I said nobody was on the moon. That's it. And she never asked me why, or she asked why, because nobody was. That's it. And she don't ask me anything about that. If she say gravity, she don't say gravity. She's too young.
Is that who are you talking about, Sasha? Your wife or your daughter?
My daughter, yeah.
So is she curious, or you just...
No. I think that she's totally like in a educational system.
She's caught up.
But when we touch the point, if she start to speak about, but she never speak about anything, maybe sometimes to say space or something, I immediately say something, but not with stories or something, because I think it's too early. Only like that, shortly and nothing, and then when she grow up a little bit, I will tell her.
Yeah, can't drop it on him too early. But here's the thing, I'm gonna do some stuff here, so I'll drop the mic and quit interrupting people. But there's, so you know that song, with the kid, I think Mark Sargent interviews the second grader. And she didn't know what to say. She just walked away. You know, like I asked her to show me an experiment of water bending, water going around a curve, and she couldn't do it. You know, he's like at the end of it, he goes, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther," and then they take it and chop it up. It's really, really cool sounding. I'll have to find it and post it here. But second grader, understanding it pretty much sounds like he understands it completely. I mean, if he's asking about water bending around a curve, that's about all you need to know, right? It ain't bending around a curve. There are no such things as water mountains. Again, water mountains, water hills, water bulges, you guys, physically impossible. So anyway, I think there's some kids who can do it early and some kids who need to wait.
No, if I can say for young kids, it's very difficult that some, I don't know, even for my daughter, I don't want my daughter in school say, I don't know, whatever, that is flat, because that will be too much for 8 years or that's too young that somebody, she will be bullied or something.
She will be bullied for sure, mostly. Yeah, it also depends on where you're at in school and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. And
anywhere in anything near Western culture, they're going to get bullied, yeah.
And I'm not worried about that story. For example, we realize that Earth is flat, blah, 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 and now we need to think about kids. Yes, of course, but in another case, we are all that kids,
Well, we all were at one point, yeah.
Yeah. And we all studied, and look at us. We are still here and alive, and we have our lives. Even that school, some people, school helped. Most of us didn't help it. We are here. We are alive. We have families. We have our lives. Everything. It's all right,
No, I hear you. And okay, this is my last thing. I think there's a window, some kind of window where even if the kids just start critically thinking, they'll eventually come to a healthier conclusion than just believing a mainstream narrative. I know that in middle school and high school I was rebelling a lot, but I was also reading like Descartes and Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson and stuff like that. I was trying to open my mind, and I did so. And I think that helped me get to a point where I'm at now, but it took a deliberate decision to buck the system in a lot of ways. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll talk to you here in a bit.
All right, boy. Take it easy. Kids are never too young to learn. I mean, you see it all the time. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever watch some of those videos where kids can just recite, I've seen 7-year-olds reciting the whole the list of presidents, stuff like that. I mean, kids can absorb any freaking thing. Listen, think about it. Whenever you say a curse word, what happens? They remember that shit, and they say it all the damn time. It's because it's the tone. It's the way it comes out. It just sparks their brain to say what. They just gravitate, they grasp it. For some reason they do. Certain things just stick in their mind. So you just have to plant the right seeds, to say the right things, and they'll retain all that information. It never goes away. You might lie dormant, but it'll always.
So it's aid, right? Or is it odd?
What's that?
Fraud? Frayed? How do you say your name? Fraud. Okay, fraud. I have a question for you,
I
man.
put an E on it, just in case. Yeah, because I mean,
yeah, I got you. So, question.
Kids are amazing. Kids are amazing pieces of machinery, biomachines. You know what I'm saying? You cannot replicate. Human beings cannot recreate what God has already created, right? So, I mean, the child at that age, you're supposed to shove as much crap as you can in their brain. It just has to be the right stuff, because that's the age they absorb it. That is the age. I mean, have you seen what Tiger Woods used to do when he was a child? How he used to play with the golf balls with 2 sticks when he was really young. I mean, these are the things children can do, because for certain, they can focus better. They don't have all the distractions. Once you learn about women and stuff like that, dude, you're gone.
Yeah.
But before that time, give them as much Like, I mean, I had a neighbor kid, bro. I till this day I can't jump rope. He learned it in like an hour, and he was doing it like like the pros do it. And he was
Right,
like
right.
10. He was freaking 10 years old. Granted, every kid is talented in different areas, but you just have to figure out which area it is. Some people are just better at math. Some people are better at basketball. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody's different, but everyone has the great talents. So you just have to, as a parent, what I've learned just from watching, the people that are successful with their children is notice their talents early and push them in the direction that will enhance it and make it blossom. That's really all it comes down to. Just pushing your kid in the right direction without being overbearing and if they're like I don't want to do it anymore, you're like, all right, that's fine. That's it. You just let them figure it out for themselves.
Yeah. I think the huge thing is when you try to start coercing them into doing things, that doesn't go too well, right? You get to try to bribe them into doing things. It's like, yo, am I convincing you? I'm not trying to drag you into nothing.
Yeah, like when it comes to like sports, some kids like sports, some kids like music, right?
Exactly.
So if they're like, I don't want to play this anymore, that's it. That you cut it off because the child knows when they don't want to do something. Like as an adult, sometimes we do it just out of pride, and I'm saying like, oh, I know I can do it, and then we just stay in it. But a child's not. They're like, I don't want to do this no more. You know what I'm saying? They're like,
Yeah.
They know.
Well, that's one of the things I explained to my kids. There's a difference.
I got to step in, man. I'm so sorry. Really quickly, I'm so sorry. My mom forced me to play piano and prepare for my first piano recital. At the very least, she said, if you do your first piano recital, you can quit playing piano. I said, okay. So I practiced piano, and I was okay at it, and I got through it. And then later in life, I was like, you know what? Because I wanted to start playing music at some point in middle school. I was like, you know what? I do have this background as to where I think I can start on the xylophones now because I want to play drums. I want to do something percussive and hit shit. But the xylophone is both keys and it's the scales. It's basically a keyboard that you hit around. And anyway, so it helped me develop my talents, and I think I'm a much better musician and percussionist because of my mom's pushing me in the beginning. Now that's a unique case, right? Fraud, I agree. If there's too much pushback, don't fucking do it. But listen, I got through the recital not because my mom pushed me. Well, that's part of it, of course. But because I just made the decision, I'm just going to fucking do this. Let's just get through it. But a lot of kids won't do that, and a lot of kids will. So anyway, that's what I'm saying.
But see, that's the beauty of it. Your mom knew to allow you to make your own decisions.
Yeah, she did. Yep.
Right.
Basically, I mean, I was kicking and screaming, guys. I was kicking and fucking screaming, and then she made the deal with me, right? She said, well, you can stop if you reach this goal. And so even though that was a bribe, it was fine because what happened was I developed a talent early and used it in my life. So, it can go a bunch of different ways, and that's just a positive experience I had with my mom pushing me.
Right. So you see like a lot when it comes to religion, right? And parents force their kids to do it, and then they hate God after that. They'll never go back. You know what I'm saying? So like you see what happens when there's too much push. When there's too much push, the kids fold and they end up hating the parents and they hate their previous life. So I mean, you just gotta. It's just a balancing act. Like your mom did the perfect thing. She gave you hey, you do this. That it's up to you. That's fucking perfect, dude. You can't get any better than that. I mean, that's what you want to do. You let the child make their own decision because they can.
Yeah, I'm super lucky. I'm very, very lucky. Absolutely.
I think, I mean, you look at kids as investments, right? You want to pour energy.
Hell the fuck yeah, there are investments back here. Because you love them right, they're gonna love you back even more when they get older, man. I mean, they'll take care of you because like I didn't mean to cut you off, but like I'm also an EMT firefighter, right? So I do a lot of we transport a lot of old people between home health care, not home health care, but like nursing homes and hospitals, right? But dude, we're like the only people they see at the nursing home because their kids don't come to visit them. You know why? Because they probably treated their kids like crap when they were young, and they kick it, they shove them off into a nursing home, and that's the last they see them. You know, and it's sad. You know, so that's why you got to be a good parent, man.
So it's from a standpoint of pouring energy into them and them wanting to pour energy into whatever they're doing. That's what I was looking at from a standpoint of what Glad just rendered to us, right? I never want to be in a position like when someone's doing karate. He did karate for years, and I think he got his red belt, which was basically like the halfway point. And he's like, I'm good, I'm done. And I looked at him like, that's good, man. You committed to it. You did it for years. You made it to the halfway point, and you understood and learned structure. That's all I ever cared about. I didn't want you to get your black belt or anything. I just wanted you to learn structure. And that's what he learned. That's what he got out of it. Walked away from it with the idea of structure. And as a father, I can't ask for more than that from him being engaged in an activity and learning a life lesson out of that activity that he was engaged in. That
it also looks like he learned discipline, dude, because the fact that your kid at 15 straight A's and can maintain that with all the distractions in school, the TikTok and all this crazy transvestites running around, girl boy, all the cats living together, mass hysteria, all that going on, and he can still focus. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's good, man.
Appreciate that, man. He's the biggest thing with him is he understands the aspect of the world, right? He understands respect, and yeah, that would have been the karate lesson in that. So again, as a father, I can't ask for more than that.
Good, man. You're doing a good job, bro. So just be proud and just keep it up, man. I mean, 'cause I was never that good at that age, dude. I was skipping school. I was withdrawn in high school. I didn't even know. I was walking in the hall one day, and the principal said, "Hey, Mr. Washington, what you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm going to class." Like, "You've been withdrawn." I was like, God, yeah. I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm out of here then." Yeah. That was the last I ever went to school, and I had to get my GED later on in life.
Wow.
So yeah, man.
What year did you get your GED, man?
Dude, I was like 21. I got my GED in Job Corps. That's basically that's basically detention for losers. You know, before you go to jail, you go to Job Corps, and hopefully you get a skill because you can learn like carpentry or electrician or something there. That's the last ditch hope for a bad kid is Job Corps. You know what I'm saying? If you can't make it to Job Corps, you're finished. So I got lucky, dude. I got lucky.
What field are you in?
None of it. I just got my GED and I was out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and what are you doing now though?
Oh, dude, it took me bro, I'm like 45, and I just finally figured out what the hell I'm supposed to do with my damn self. All right, because I became a firefighter 10 years ago, but I didn't continue that because I was moving furniture for a living, so I was working with a company, and then I became a firefighter while doing that. So I was doing like 3 jobs, and I was like, all right, this crap ain't paying enough, and so I moved up here to do oil field work. It was paying great, but the hours are crazy.
Hold on. Oil field?
Yeah, that's where I live in North Dakota now. So that's what I was doing when I came up here. But then I got out of that and I just opened my own business with moving, moving furniture because I've done it for like 12, 13 years. So I was like, I might as well just open my own business, and I've never looked back since, but it took me forever to figure something out, because I screwed up so much when I was young. You know what I'm saying? So the fact your kid's doing night, dude, your kid pretty much set, bro.
I get that, but I'm looking at it from a standpoint of like what you're doing with yourself, man. Because like, bro, you've went from moving furniture, you're a firefighter, right? You got your GED, so that's fine. You got your stuff together. But now I'm curious about this oil field thing. What did you do with the oil field work?
Oh no, dude, that was like straight up Superman labor. That if you weren't a man, that'll make you a man. If you can withstand that, you can withstand anything, bro. Because like out here, like you had to be in sub-zero weather all the fucking time until it warms up, and you're out there, bro. You in it. You get hailed on. You're getting winds Yeah, dude, it's like being in Siberia. That's how bad it was. I got my fingers went numb for a month. It was terrible. It was
Holy
terrible,
smoke.
bro. Yeah, dude, it was terrible, bro. Dude, it was the pits. But I survived it. And then I was like, all right, I'm not doing this for the rest of my life, But I'm just saying, like, the fact that your kid at 15, bro, he'll be set by the time he's 25. So I'm just saying, so just do what you can to make sure. I don't care what you got to give up. Make sure that kid surpasses you in everything you do. Like, I look at all like the great. I don't know if you know who Lewis Hamilton is. He's a F1, the leading championship F1 winning racer ever. And his dad noticed his talent when he was young, and he gave up everything to. And that kid, he's worth like almost $1 billion, just like Tiger Woods. You know what I'm saying? And he came from nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have the best position in life to make sure your kid is 18 times more successful than you. And like I'm saying, you're doing a great job. But I'm saying with college, that's the tipping point. So just make sure you go through that and make sure you make that decision with them. Like just guide them. Like, hey man, you just want to make the right decision about the school you choose and all that. And if he gets scholarships and all that, bro, I mean that's even better, bro. I mean like whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes, especially in this day and age, whatever it takes, man. Make sure that kid is the best. You know what I'm saying? And wants to be the best. Yeah, because like my nephew wasn't doing quite as good as your son is, but that's because my brother and his wife they separated. But what he did was he still maintained a relationship with the child because like we never had that with our dad.
Well, I'm in that same boat, though, dude. I'm doing we split up in 2015. But no, it's staying connected because I grew up 18 years, didn't know my dad. Got to know him after the age of 18. But yeah, no, it's not cool to grow up without both parents being influential in your life. You gotta have that.
Yeah, dude. So now my nephew's doing great, dude. I'm so happy because like my brother's really successful. So he's like a super vegan. He's got all kind of trophies for bodybuilding, and so like he trains like really affluent and like he trains like sometimes movie stars and shit like that. So my nephew hangs out with him all the time. So he's getting all that influence, all that information, and he's just swallowing it up. He's like 16, so he's got to eat. My brother put him to work. He's got a good job at a prestigious facility, and then he's becoming the best he can possibly be. So I'm like, thank God, because like the last thing I would have wanted for him is to take a path like I took, because he was kind of going that way, getting into girls and messing up and wanting to do things, what I'm saying. But now that he has a job and he realizes the importance of being successful first, and then you worry about the women later.
Yeah,
that he's on the right track. And so that's the pitfall is women. So make sure your son knows that. Hey, get the money first.
He got in with the. Wait, I don't need to. We won't get into that whole thing, but yeah, girls can definitely throw you for a loop, man. That's
they can
mess you up.
They can derail you fast, bro.
Yeah, and that's interesting because thinking about if you had an opportunity to have a relationship with a friend of yours, someone you've known for years and years, and it's like, okay, cool, we'll develop a relationship together. But those childhood love relationships, man, it's very few and far between. Excuse me? Google just jumped into my conversation, guy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, dude, I was destroyed by one. By getting involved with a woman at like 16, and she was 24. Dude, I was.
Oh, shoot.
That just ruined it. It ruined me. It ruined me, dude. So that. Yeah, it ruined. Yeah. Imagine being involved with an older woman. Then, bro, you learn so much, but it's stuff you shouldn't learn at that age because you're so young. Your emotions are everywhere. You're not even a man yet, So like that derailed me, man. So like you don't need that for your kid, Just prep him for stuff, Just let him know, hey, these things can come, but stay focused on this because you'll have way more opportunity with that once you get all this. I mean, because you'll have women just dragging women by your legs, like get off, once you get, like come on, stop. I have to go to work, like stuff like that. You know, just keep them focused, man. That's the best thing you can do.
Appreciate that, man. So I'm gonna throw something out. I'm gonna go curveball, change the subject. Do you know about King Cyrus?
Oh yeah, in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up? What's up with that?
No, I'm just researching. I'm doing some research on King Cyrus and looking at his years when he was 650 BC is when he really got going. But it's interesting. The King Cyrus connection as to what's happening right now. What he did for, I guess he saved the Tower of Babel. He conquering Babylon. Sorry, and liberating the Jews from captivity. But anyways.
Yeah, it's been a while since I read the whole situation with Cyrus, but he was a godly king. He believed in a Christian God, so not at first, but he became that way.
Yeah. I got you.
I'm actually in Daniel right now. I decided to read the Bible all over again because it's best to read it from cover to cover if you're going to do that. You know what I'm saying? But that way you get the entire chronological order of things.
Yeah, get the pecking order.
Yeah, you learn about why God did what He did. Because He had to free His people, but they went into captivity for a reason because they were a bunch of idiots. We were basically that's us, so we're a bunch of idiots because we wouldn't listen and we're disobedient and we're rebellious. You see what I'm saying? So that's why when it comes to kids, you have to be very vigilant. Because they end up like how the children of Israel were. They were very rebellious and very disobedient.
Yeah, we know you. Yeah, we know you. We're gonna build a tower to get to you, kind of thing.
Right, and He told them hey, go populate the earth. No, we're gonna build a tower so we don't have a flood anymore. Yeah. That's what we'll do. We're not gonna listen to you, God. We're gonna do what we want to do, and you see what happens. So He had
Although I promise you, with the sighting of every rainbow, I will not do that to you again.
Right. I don't believe that. That rainbow represents gay people. So sorry.
So, check out the chat for me for a quick second. You guys ever see this coin? I'm not taking it to talk about that dude in the forefront. But have you guys seen that coin?
Nah, why is it a real coin?
Yeah, it's apparently printed. It's printed. And the 70 years thing. That's what this whole King Cyrus thing has kind of piqued my curiosity a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, but
thank you, Brambo.
With the whole democratic system, none of this, it's all theater because Trump
for sure.
is just a part. Trump is just a part of all of it.
He's just he's a character in the movie being displayed before us, for sure, no doubt about it. But as Bramble said in the chat, a King Cyrus typey.
Well, he's not because he doesn't believe in God. He's not. He's the opposite.
Another question for you. I like picking your brain, Fraud. You're an intelligent guy.
It's from the Bible. I can't take any credit. It's from God.
So the idea that the moon and the sun are luminaries, along with the other lights in the sky, obviously. Do you pay attention to the fact that the wording luminary?
That just means it's a light. I mean, because in the Bible, God can turn them off and turn them on whenever He wants, right? So if you connect that with the the idea that, the whole solar system, the way these, human beings say it, it's a real discrepancy with the Bible and then with man's idea of what it is, because even people that believe, you deal with it all the time, even that with biblical, with people who believe in the Bible, of Christians at heart, they still accept that idea that the sun came first. It's just silly.
Right. Now, isn't the lumen a measurement? That's how they measure light output, right? A lumen.
See that now you're getting to feel what I don't truly know enough about when it comes to the actual, I guess, technical understanding, detailed understanding of what they represent, because there really is no consensus on it beyond what is taught outside of theology, because if you go with what the Bible doesn't get very descriptive of what they are. It just says they're light, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
That's as far as we know.
Here's the thing. I say the word lumen, and I think about a candle. Luminescent. I think of a candle. And I realize it's associated with the light bulb and the measurement of output and things of that nature. Then I started thinking about the sun and the moon being luminaries, exactly, being celestial bodies. And then I started thinking about the idea that we're in a closed system and we have gases. And then I got to the point of realizing that the luminaries illuminate the gases in this closed environment. They don't project rays of light.
Well, at the same time, the luminaries that are in our, so-called atmosphere also provide healing to our physical being, right? So there's more going on than we know about, right? So, I mean, like, you need sunlight for your vitamin D and stuff like that, because you don't need to get it from food when you can get it from the sun. That's
Right.
where you're supposed to get it from.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get some from the moonlight as well, but not enough to compensate for the lack of sunlight.
That makes sense.
I mean, it's what we're told, and I mean, we can't verify it. If it, who's going to go into all that? You're going to go out. How are you going to test to see if you just know you feel better in the sunlight? You know, too much of it, actually, what it does to you. It's sunburn and all that stuff. So that's usually if you're not. People that get sunburned are people that aren't sweating in the sun. I don't know if you noticed, like if you're actually working out in the sun, you don't get sunburned.
Yeah.
Because your body's lubricated stuff. It's
That's
people
right.
that sit out there and just take freaking tans and stuff like that, end up with cancer and all this craziness because they're not doing anything.
Yep. Bingo, bango.
They get cancer by putting sunscreen on.
Yo, Sonny, what's up?
Well, it's not just that. You can't just sit there in the sun and bake. You don't see. You never heard of the what do you call it? The Amish coming down with skin cancer and all this crap. They're out there all day, pounding away in the sun. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, you're supposed to work in the sun. You're supposed to have to actually working in the sunlight. You don't just sit there and just absorb it. Yeah, I'm sure the sunscreen has something to do with it too, but still, you're not supposed to just sit and just bake under the sun. You're not a lizard. You're not a snake, and they can only take so much, right? They can only absorb so much, and then they have to all right, I got to go in the shade now.
That's probably a good point. I mean, like I do both. I'm out there riding my bicycle in the sun. I never wear sunscreen. I only put coconut oil on. But sometimes I do sit and bake in the sun for periods of time, like half hour, maybe an hour at the most. Then I get up and start moving around again. Mm-hmm.
And it also depends on where you live. Where do you live?
San Diego, Southern California.
Okay.
It's hot as hell here, man.
sure, bro.
I mean, like, it's 80 on the coast, so when I go inland anywhere, like in the park, I go down into these canyons and stuff, it's at least 90.
In the canyon?
Yeah, canyons and trails. Yeah, there's a big,
It's
huge
90.
park.
It's 90 degrees in the canyon, and then
Yeah, they don't have any wind. They're getting buffered. It's like being in downtown New York City, right? They get buffered
Yeah, and some of
buffered by the
and some of
buildings.
sorry, Kiwi.
No, that's good.
I mean,
go ahead. Dude.
And some of those places, no wind at all, like barely any wind, because they're shielded by western hills. So the hills that are off into the west, then it goes down into these canyons and stuff. Some of those places, there's no wind hardly at all. But actually, I search out those places sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's too hot, and I try to find shade, which is great. But sometimes I search out a place where there's no wind and full-on blazing sun. I mean, I actually like it.
Yeah, sun feels good, man. I mean, like, there's nothing like coming outside and the sun is just shining.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's almost, I don't know how to verbalize it, but I'm like, when it's overcast, you don't even want to go outside. But if the sun is shining and beautiful,
Unless it's humid.
you usually just want to go out and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Unless it's humid. Open up the front door and it's like an oven.
Dude, that humidity, dude, that's nothing to play with.
No.
Yeah, it's about 70% humidity and 80 degrees.
Yeah.
It's pretty darn warm and humid.
That'll choke you out. You open your mouth, it'll choke you out.
And so I stay on the bike because I'm always moving. It feels great when I'm riding because almost no matter how hot it is, once I start moving, I cool off.
Yeah, because, that sweat and then the wind at the same time,
Pretty cool. Actually, the high's only supposed to be 77 today, so it's warm. It's
that's awesome, bro.
Cooled off a little bit, but then Monday will be 80, Tuesday 81, Wednesday 80, Thursday 70. It's going to be in the high 70s all week, which is pretty cool. High 70s aren't bad. When it gets to the freaking high 80s and 90s, oh man. That's something else.
Here in Milton, Ontario, it's overcast, humid, probably like 29, 30 degrees Celsius. So it's
30 Celsius. That's about 85 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's humid, waiting for the skies to open up. Apparently we're getting thunder showers very, very soon. Can't wait.
Jenny!
Hi.
Hi,
What's
Jenny.
up, Jenny? Jenny from the block.
Where were you guys earlier today? I had to go to Gems because nobody was in here. I mean, I didn't have to, but... Yeah, I didn't have to, but there was like 2 or 3 people and they were muted and one was deafened. I'm like, geez.
I was putting groceries away and working out, and now I'm
Hey, you're good, man. I do that, listen and do other stuff. Sure will.
IRL, right? IRL.
Yeah, so this is what I learned in Gems. So this is what I have to aspire to if I want to get along over there. Okay, so the 8 inches per mile squared, Jem says we do not use that correctly. Okay, so there's 3 things. Number 1, we do not acknowledge the observer's height when using the 8 inches per mile squared. So, we should at least use 6 feet, right? But we don't. That's what he says. Okay, number 2, we misuse the word or the formula when we explain that it's about a drop rate, not the hidden amount that we should see. So, like, I was saying, oh, I know that doesn't probably make sense, maybe, but I said, well, we hijacked it and made it our own. What? I was just goofing around though, but so yeah. And then number 3, of course, wah wah wah, refraction. So we're not using 8 inches per mile squared. So as it turns out, we don't see too far, you guys, according to Jem.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I learned today. Oh, and also a little bit about up and down. As it turns out, all the times I jumped up in the air as a child, I wasn't moving up. I was just away from the globe. That's a little far-fetched. But
Okay, so if you're at 6 feet above the surface, then how much different is the 8 inches per mile square? Well, the actual real number is 7.9999, as given to us by, I think, Robotham or one of those guys. But
you know what he said about Samuel Robotham? That he had nitrous oxide parties, so he was just trying to discredit him altogether. Just saying. Keep going.
So my question is, at 6 foot above, how much difference is that 8 inch per mile square? It's like 8.1.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
So why don't he give us the correct numbers in? That's what I want.
So we don't use the formula correctly in explaining the results, that it's a drop rate, not the hidden amount of curvature. That's what I mean. It was about.
Can we ask him?
So why isn't the drop rate ever? Then why don't we ever see this drop rate that's supposed to be
right? But the conversation started earlier today about 7 a.m. Between 7 and 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. If you guys know Jem's channel, I'm pretty sure it was being recorded. Maybe he didn't upload it. I don't know.
No, he's always live on YouTube. You can always catch him. I think it's called Humans of Earth.
Yeah. So I don't know a lot about the refraction argument, but one thing I do remember is that refraction does not occur as far as the eye can see. There's limitations to refraction. It only travels so far.
That's right.
Right, you guys?
So
is there any truth to that, what I just said, even though it's a lame explanation?
You're right about that. Question that I have is, okay, if we're too small to see an observable drop rate over 60 kilometers, what would be the observed drop? There should be, if we are on the node of the circle, the node being the crown of the circle, the top, then if I go out 60 kilometers, what would be the drop when I get to that point, so to speak? Well, not when I get to that point. No. But if I'm standing at my spot and I go out 60 kilometers, there should be a noticeable drop in the Earth.
Yeah, and this is another weird thing. So, and everybody knows this, but we're going to have our deniers with this one. But so how weird is it that the higher we go, the more land we can see? Isn't that a little bit backwards? Shouldn't we have some semblance of, I know.
Well,
I don't know.
The logic of it, right? So if the higher you go, the more land you can see, works for both up until a certain distance. So if something is curved, eventually you aren't going to be able to see land anymore. But as you start to go up, you will. But the higher you go with the ball, you're going to see less and less, But, if it's flat, you're just going to see more and more. But there's a point where on both, you will see more land. But if it's a ball, eventually you're not going to see any more land. So you just have to know
can't we make some sort of 2-scale model of this type of thing?
Oh yeah, I've always thought about that. Someone has to do that. Someone needs to do that. A scale model and put it on.
I mean, I'm thinking physical model. It's not very practical to do that, but I think for all intents and purposes, not CGI would be great.
I'm posting up a calculator right now. You guys can use this. This is the one that is apparently the best one. So what you can do with that is you can pick imperial or metric. So let's pick metric or imperial. What do you guys want? What do you want? Feet?
Imperial.
Okay, so we're gonna go imperial.
We're American.
Right.
Yeah.
And I work in both, so I wasn't sure. So we're gonna go with a 6-foot observable eye height. And then in how many miles are we gonna go out, boys?
Let's go 31.82, which is from Miramar Beach to Anacapa.
Okay, so 31.82 miles out. Calculate. So that would mean that the D1. Okay, I have to. Okay.
I got another one next. The distance of the Mississippi River.
Hold on, let me see if I can. So it says that the depression should be 553 feet. Let me see if I can check this. Let me see, shift.
So the length of the Mississippi River is 2,340 miles.
Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just cap this. And then I'll share
Sorry
it
to
in the
get on
chat.
your...
No, it's okay. I enjoy this stuff. So that's what if you look at the cap, that's what it would look like. So the horizon, your height. So your height would be 6 feet, right? So that's saying that you're behind the horizon. Is that making sense, guys?
Aren't we always behind the horizon?
Well, based on their description, right? So you would have the clips point.
Just playing you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So you'd have the clips point, and then the actual height I guess that would be the declination, right? The height declination of H1 would be 553 feet. Based on their observable.
Okay, so what about see, I brought up the LSU model to save their state or whatever. And so they made it to scale model, which the model required the utmost accuracy because they were problem solving and whatnot. So it's 2,340 miles. How much curve would that be? I want to know.
2,340 miles?
Yes.
And what do you want to take for the eye height? So the person
Well, let's go with average 6 feet,
Okay. Calculate that. Holy shit. That's kind of crazy. Well, I'm just gonna.
I was even going so far as how much curve would there be to the United States?
3,000 miles, yeah, like 3,200 miles.
Ooh, of curvature?
There's your answer.
No, that's
a lot of
distance
feet.
in miles.
Right, yeah, we need to convert that.
Well, they just find the curvature in 3,200 miles. It's
That's 3.3 million feet. Is that right?
It's probably right.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.3.
3.3 million, and then just divide that by 12, and they'll find a
Wait, what did you guys say? I was writing.
drop.
3.3 million feet of drop.
Get out.
Yeah.
What?
Based on those numbers, so 6 foot height, right? And
But how many miles would that be converted to?
Well, target distance of 2,340 miles, right? That's the target distance you gave me. Hang on, let me just see.
240? No. Well, 2,400. Well, it's 2,340. Yeah.
It's 275,000 feet. That's
625 miles.
There you go.
What miles?
625 miles.
625 miles.
This is why I don't mind living
drop.
with Google.
That's 625 miles of drop.
Yep. Hey, Google, what is 3.3 million feet converted to miles.
Feet is equivalent to 625 miles.
625
Damn.
miles.
Damn, that goes pretty much the length of, or the whatever. I don't know what the correct word usage would be. The length of the United States, the Mississippi River. So that kind of answers my question. 625 miles of curvature.
That's not what I came up with.
What to do with that in my head?
I did it manually with a calculator. 3.3 million divided by 12 is 275,000 feet. 275,000 feet divided by 5,280 is 52 miles.
What's the number before the second to last number you used? Why'd you do that?
You have 3.3 million, right? You divide by 12 to get the feet.
Mm-hmm.
That equals 275,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
275,000 feet divided by 5,280. That's the distance of feet in a mile.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
It comes to 52 miles. I don't know how they got 675. I only got 52 miles of drop.
Miles, okay.
That's quite a bit, though.
What's the amount of miles you're trying to find drop for?
3,200 miles.
He got it.
So,
Yeah,
3,200 miles. Okay. I mean, that's just your starting point. So somewhere there, something went off. That's all.
52 miles.
Hey guys,
Hey, Elijah.
What's up, dude?
I've seen my first UFO.
You saw your first UFO?
Yes, I did.
Tell us.
You're behind, man. Everybody's seen like 8,000.
Wait a minute. You saw
I know, fam, but
he's always
I saw my
skywatching.
first
Tell us.
UFO.
Because you were watching the alignment, weren't you?
I was.
Wait,
the
what?
alignment's going until like Tuesday or something.
Yeah, it's gonna go on for a little couple days. Yeah. So if you got clear skies, you better wake your ass up.
Yeah, man.
What
That's
time, what time of night? What time of the morning was it?
Like 4:30.
Half an hour before sunrise. Half an hour
4:30
after
in the
sunrise.
morning?
Well, about an hour actually.
Here's the question though. What was it doing? Was it just going in a straight line, or was it doing some strange maneuvers?
Okay, so the moon and Venus was around, I want to say 35 to 40 degrees, and I had seen what I originally thought was a plane at least 70 degrees. And I'm looking and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Because then my friend spotted it too. I took my friend to see it. And at first, like, my mind kept telling me that's a plane. Duh. It's a some kind of something. Like, I'm not looking at a fucking UFO, dog. Like, that's a plane. Right? My mind is saying that, while I also know that I watch the Sky Highway, especially from here. I've watched it quite a lot, and you can see what the sky traffic is.
Mm.
Even the highest plane I've ever seen in life. The highest plane I've ever seen in life. They're up there. Yeah. But this was more closer to the star. Like, it's like, well, how the fuck would you know that, nigga? You don't know. Like, no. You know what I know what planes look like, and that didn't look like that. That's why I kept repeating, that's a plane. That's a plane. It has to be a plane.
Lost the plane.
But
then I was thinking, well, what planes don't flash lights? Like, who is that? Is that a private plane? Like, and my friend said no. They all have the flashlights.
Cognitive.
Is that true?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is why I say you have to. If it was doing strange maneuvers, then yes, you could say that. But it could just have been a Satelloon, dude. So that's you got to be careful, because, like,
nah, it wasn't. I had my Celestron binoculars out. It wasn't that. No, bro.
I'll say this, because I see that. If you look up every night, you will see that. I'll guarantee you. because I do it every night. When I used to live in Missouri, you would see that thing way up there next to the stars, and every time it's moving in a straight line. So that's what I'm saying. If it's moving in a straight line,
It didn't. It didn't.
If it's doing maneuvers, then yes. If it's doing maneuvers,
it didn't. No, it didn't do any maneuver. But then again, when I thought it was, but then I was like, because it was easy to focus on when it was further, like when it was closer to above, like the when it was higher in degree. But as it went closer to the horizon, I was like, oh shit, yo, fam, I'm about to drop these fucking binoculars. I think this shit is buzzing around like a fucking fly. But then I was like, no, nigga, you tripping. Your hands are shaking. Like, them binoculars is heavy as shit. But this is the thing. So it disappeared, like, and the reason that they don't shoot stars below the a certain degree is because of refraction, this and that. First of all, you can't see shit from, there's like a whole band of, if you ever watch a sunrise, there's like that whole band of purple there, like that whole area of air that you can't see through. And that's what it went into. And I was like, well, it's gone, whatever it was. Damn, I wish I could have got it on video when it was visible. It looked as bright as a planet. So, because I was watching the planets, I'm like, which planet is that? And I'm like, oh, no, that's moving. What is that? And then, so anyway, so it disappeared, but fam, then it raised back up.
There you go. Yeah. Then that's something else then, bro. And the fact that you said it was really bright,
crazy.
The fact that you said it was really bright, that's something different then, because like technically, if it's just one of those satelloons, they maintain the same type of brightness and they maintain the same trajectory. So what you're saying is suspect. That's a little different.
Yeah, okay, so I couldn't believe it.
Elijah, did I hear you say a little bit ago that you're observing this at 4:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Awesomeness, dude, because I'm actually got a routine going on where I get up at that time and I walk my dog. And so it's pretty nice out at that time. So I happen to notice there was 2 luminaries aligned with the quarter crescent moon. Crescent moon.
Yep.
That was pretty awesome. So yeah, dude, if you're up at that time,
you should have looked. It was they're all lined up. Like it's crazy how it looks. And we're supposed, when you're looking at that.
I took a different way this morning because, like, on the way out, I play Pokemon Go, and on the way back, we walk through the park so my dog can chase squirrels. But so I guess I shouldn't do that. I'll have to walk my normal way so I can view that right as it happens. But yeah, I might get up and start walking at 4.
Tuesday's the last day that you can observe it by.
No.
And apparently Tuesday morning is going to be the best one. Yeah. Then I think one of them's going to dip behind or dip below the crescent or the horizon line, I guess.
And today was the last perfect day? Did I hear you right? You said today was the last perfect day to view it?
No, Tuesday.
Oh shit, I gotta write that down. I'm gonna be on
Monday morning, Tuesday morning are last 2 mornings, and apparently Tuesday is gonna be the best one.
Okay,
apparently.
So that would be July,
so
correct?
Nobody's gonna believe that I saw what I saw, fam.
I believe.
There was something else crazy. There's something else crazy. Like, cause first of all, I'll let y'all know, the sky looks like a fucking blanket. Looks flat, fam. Like it with all of the perspective view and all that. Like when you actually look at a cluster of stars, it just looks like it's on a backdrop. Same thing as the moon. Same thing as, like, let me post the pictures I do have. I didn't get pictures of stars really, but it's just the way the moon looks at night. It's like the same color as the fucking sky. Like it's I don't know if that makes sense. Like, because when it was darker, you could see the difference, but then when the sun started coming up and the sky was blue, you couldn't really see it just looks like the crescent and you can't see anything else. So I'm gonna post a picture now. Y'all once y'all see it, y'all go, oh yeah, right. I've taken pictures like that before. And that's exactly how it looked too.
Okay.
With my binoculars, it was just like, yeah, it was just this looks like a flat. It just looks wild.
So
The
remember,
dark
like 3 years ago, there was a major alignment. How is this different?
Glad. Love Glad.
Probably not.
You.
Probably not different.
Well, I don't remember if it said only happens 1 in 6,000 years, or I can't remember the number, or something like some grand claim like that. So
Yeah,
that's
it
what
happened a few years ago. Something was aligned, but that was even during the day. You could see it damn near. It was like something totally different.
Okay.
Bro, dude, one time I was working, dude. This was like at 8:00 at night, and I'm like, because I was doing the moving thing, and so I was taking this guy's furniture to the 3rd floor. Me and a buddy of mine, and dude, all I know.
Dude, it's giving me goosebumps right now.
Uh-oh.
Bro, I saw 6, and this was not like all the way up in the fucking sky. This was literally, they went in a straight line. Like
Someone's getting a phone call.
Yeah, we can't hear the dude. Maybe mute him or something.
Yo, Fraud. We lost you, guy.
Hello? He's probably hot micing then.
You could hear him, and you couldn't even like sit. I had to show my butt. Dude, you see that?
Elijah.
That's,
I have a question for Elijah.
I was
Can somebody mute him?
Right, I was like, dude, I was shocked. I had no words, man. I was just like, bro,
Hey, you
that
know
just
what? I'm so
I couldn't believe it, man.
so sorry.
Yeah, like,
Hey.
what's up?
Hey, so sorry to tell you, we didn't really catch all what you just said. You were getting like a phone call or something. All right. Hey, can you guys hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, you're straight. Yeah, Fraud, I think somebody was getting a phone call. Maybe, Fraud, it was you on another line or something, but the phone was ringing, and it sounded like you were, like you threw the phone into the back seat or something of the car.
Right.
Got really
That's a good way to describe that.
So if you could,
But hey, I
give
want
us
to
a name or
highlight
something.
what Elijah was saying a second ago. Sorry, you guys. He said something about something moving in a peculiar fashion or something. Was he talking about the moon, you guys, or was he talking about a luminary?
No, I was just saying that the sky looks like a blanket right now. The way
No, this was a few moments ago. It was hard to wedge in. I'll have to ask him in a minute, and when he comes back, if he does.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It went down and then it went big
Moon?
and then no.
Okay.
You missed the UFO.
That's what I thought. Okay, all right. I wasn't entirely sure because I think yeah. No, I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you was getting a call. Okay, here. But I was saying, like,
Hey, I
there's
have a
something that I'm
question.
calling.
Oh, go ahead, dude.
There's something I'm calling the Stargate. I don't know what it was. I just know that, like, when it got too bright, and also it like faded into this band of, like I said, the air, the purplish, pink. But prior to that, like what was creeping me out was I saw because the thing was flying into that band, and right before it disappeared, I was looking around and I was like, "Oh, that's the Verrazano." And then I'm like, "Oh no, it's not."
What is what you just said? What is that?
So you know what a bridge looks like at night, is with the lights and all that. Like that's what it looked like, but it wasn't that. It was just like a gate of stars there, like right near where the thing was flying in the vicinity of. And then like when I tried to find it again, I never did. I think it was I don't know what cluster of stars that was, or what it was fucking crazy as hell. I'll tell you that.
Did they seem like drones or something?
I mean, they look like lights.
But the movement of said lights could have been
They
attached
weren't
to
doing
the
anything.
ground.
It just looked like a gate of stars, but they weren't
Wow.
doing anything.
Oh wow, okay. It's cool though. I find it interesting that you were well, you said it freaked you out a little.
Yeah, I mean,
That's your intuition. You got to pay attention to that, in my opinion. Hmm.
you know what else I found? And it could just be like I need somebody who knows optics, or I need to look into it because I looked at the planets, fam, and when I resolve, like when I zoom in a little bit, not zoom in, but like kind of like whatever zoom is. We know what zoom is.
Yeah.
And it goes from like, just looking like a single light to a cluster of lights. And that's what the planets were looking like. Like
I
it
don't know if
like
you heard me, Elijah. Sorry, but I don't know if you heard me. But like, I got a phone call up while I was talking. But anyway,
yeah. Well, start over, brother.
I was working one day. I was moving furniture for a client, and then me and a buddy. It was like 8 o'clock at night. I was in Alabama, bro. This was like 8 o'clock at night, right? So anyway, so we're chilling. We're finishing up, and bro, I come outside the apartment, and literally, dude, I saw 6 lined up. This was literally like helicopter height. Like, when a helicopter, you can hear it before it gets there. You're like, where the fuck is that coming from, right? You couldn't hear shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm seeing these things. They flew like literally right overhead, like across the buildings, just straight. I had to show my buddy. He only saw the tail end of them, but dude, it gives me goosebumps thinking about it now. It was 6 of them, just in a straight line, bro. And they were just traveling at a regular speed, like helicopter speed, no freaking sound, nothing. It was the freakiest thing I've ever seen. Because this was like in Birmingham, Alabama, bro. And I'm like, where are these things going? And I just watched them go off in the distance. But it's like, dude, you should have heard them. I mean, they were literally that low that there's no mistaking it for anything else. Because a helicopter, because I live by Air Force Base right now. And you hear them things, and you don't even see them. Like, where is it? Oh, there it is. And that's in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
So you can imagine at night, it's a lit, there's light, and then it was one solid, it was like one solid light. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like blinking lights, nothing. All 6 of them. And that was the best sighting I ever had in my life because it was that close. And then the first one I ever had was I was in New Jersey and I was like 17, and the same thing, but it was only one, and it flew right overhead, no sound, nothing, just a light, and it was helicopter height. So I've seen them pretty much all my life, but since 16, 17, because after that I started looking for them. You know what I'm saying? Because I was fascinated. I was like, dude, this is so cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
man. Listen, that ain't aliens, man. You know what they is, right? That's human spacecraft, man.
Of course, hell yeah. I mean, that's stuff we make. Nazi started. We just finished the product.
Well, yeah, it's something, I'd say.
There's motherfuckers up in there flying that shit. That's all I say.
Or that's the majesty of whatever's going on up there.
Well, the fact of the matter is because it's so like low key. It's so low key and it's so black project. It has to be malevolent.
Yeah.
It's not benevolent. You know what I'm saying? Because the way they operate is, and it's in disguise and they're always hiding. Every now and then they show themselves, but it's the way it's masqueraded. It can't be benevolent,
Yeah, you see people like, because I think that's what the whole it's alien shit is like, and people like, because you can't really explain that. What are you gonna say? What is that? Like whenever people pay attention, they're like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like it has to fit the paradigm. What I saw don't fit the paradigm. It's like what's going on? What is that?
So Elijah, I just threw up a screen grab of something I've been looking at. That's the alignment that you're witnessing, broken down from a scripture standpoint as what was written in Revelations. This alignment it's important. this big parade that we're witnessing. The big thing is witnessing the what they call the fish escaping the tail of the dragon. You can see the tail of the dragon. He's kind of underneath the line. If you look at that picture, they show the fish escaping that little tail, and that is one of the identifiers in scripture that they've been not reminiscing. Sorry, they've been throwing around quite a bit in terms of signs in the heavens. But it's a beautiful thing to witness, man. It's an absolutely beautiful thing to witness.
For sure. One of my favorite mornings of all time.
Yeah. So I think it's Mercury's the last one on the far left side. Or would it be? Oh no, it's the moon. So I think what happens is after Tuesday, you won't be able to see the moon. The moon will drop past the horizon line. You won't be able to see the moon any longer in the alignment.
They call this the procession of equinox.
Yeah. My guy, this guy. There's too many voices for me to get the comprehension on. Slag off. What are you doing over there?
Don't worry. In Soviet Russia, voice imitate you.
My guy, we go play some Street Fighter later. You choose Zangief, we will crush.
Zangief.
Zangief.
Chun-Li, she can squat more than me.
He has big legs. Good childbearing hips.
Couldn't handle, my friend. Couldn't handle. Break ribs, you know.
It's funny how now big hips and all that stuff is celebrated, but like as for us black men, we've celebrated that stuff for decades. Now it's the end thing. Everyone needs to have it. It's funny.
I have zero comment on that.
my knee-jerk reaction is yoga pants.
Yeah, thank you, Kardashians. You can thank the Kardashians for that, you guys. That bullshit.
For what?
So guys, listen. I have a second.
Making it popular when it was already a thing.
Right, exactly. It was already a thing, and now it became like mainstream now. At this point.
Yeah, and they don't even really. They didn't. Sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
Nah, my friend here. I brought my binoculars here because I wanted her to see it too, and so she's gonna basically say what she saw. So tell her what you saw in that. Well, just in general, I guess, but you know.
So I thought it was a star at first. Thought it was a shooting star, and then it ended up the way it was going. It didn't have a trail. There was no dust, nothing behind it, and then it twinkled in it, but then it stopped, and then it kind of like plateaued after a certain point. Like once it got to the orange point of the horizon, it like stopped, and then it kind of fizzled out. When you started seeing that, what you kept saying looked like a diamond gate or whatever, and I saw fizzling. Like I saw something fizzling out, and then it just kind of stayed, and then it started to travel back upward.
Yeah.
But then we realized it wasn't a star, and we realized it wasn't a plane. Lost it a few times and kept refinding it and just still couldn't figure out what the fuck it was.
Yep. It was the most insane shit I've ever seen in my entire life in real life. And like with my actual own eyes.
Listen, it started with Sir Mix-a-Lot, okay? I don't know if you guys know about that one.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is it's always been a thing for the black community. That's and probably the Hispanic community too.
No, I thought of Glad. I thought of immediately. I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Yep, that's what it is. But then you got cats like Tribe Called Quest saying shit like, "Honey, check it out, you got me mesmerized with your black hair and your fat ass eyes." Right?
Hey, you know what's funny?
But you got Bonita Applebum, you know, so that's even before that, you know.
Bonita.
You know what's funny?
Bonita, you gotta put me on.
You know what's funny is the Kardashians made it popular. I hate saying that, but you know, they didn't even really have childbearing hips.
No, they're all fake. They're all fake. That's gross. There's only two of them that aren't like that, and they don't have those. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
because
what about
boys. Yeah, because boys don't have childbearing hips.
You can do
Brats?
side bends or sit ups, but please don't lose that butt.
I know. It's like
So funny.
there's exceptions. I understand that there's exceptions to the female form, but you know, it shouldn't take a lot of scrutiny to see if someone has childbearing hips. I mean, it was incredible. Kylie Jenner was totally athletic like her sister and little lips and everything. And then she had all that work done, and then she's like prowling on Cardi B's video, WAP, wet ass pussy. And she's like, bam! Like all, you know, her hips, her butt, her lips, boobs,
Honestly,
everything.
I have no idea what those creatures are, but they are 74% silicone, each of them.
Oh my God.
It's like digging through 50 pillows to get to the entry to the bed. I just want to go to bed. I don't need all this fluff.
All right, I'm bowing
Jenner,
out now.
all the Kardashians rule social media. It's incredible. I can't believe it's happening. I mean, it's like, wow.
It's sad. It's sad that
Yeah, so I don't understand why people buy and purchase anything from them, or I'm dead ass curious why people watch them, so I watch them, and it's a little bit ridiculous that I say that like that, but that's what, but oh man, they're just talking points. It's like a soap opera but live, you know. Nobody watches Days of Our Lives anymore. They got to keep you know, do the same thing but just repackage it. That's all it is. I mean, those people are so fake. I mean, there's nothing genuine about them. They are for TV and going on their vacations.
and the weak, sorry ass men that they date. Gosh.
Oh
my God. The trash.
I'm surprised. Okay, I'll say this.
The weakest of men I've ever seen in my life. The weakest of men.
I'm surprised Beyonce hasn't whipped what's her face's ass, fucking Kim. She probably came real close getting her ass beat a couple times. I bet you any money.
So Vagabond, what's up, brother?
Oh, hey.
Or was that not him?
I wasn't looking. I never look.
Sir Vagabond?
Maybe. Let me look. Nope.
Perhaps not.
Nope. Maybe we'll say it a few more times and we can get the Beetlejuice effect.
Or, no, he moved to Florida, right? But y'all never met up, Elijah, when y'all was in New York?
Nah.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. I always love to talk to him. He's going to have to change his name because I think he had NYC at the end at one point.
Well,
Sonny!
I don't know about that.
Hey, Elijah, did you see that post about that parody possibility I put out?
Yeah.
What do you think, man?
I said I was down.
Dude, OMG.
That's what it is.
What do you think, though?
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Everybody plays a fool. Yeah. I think those lyrics are so perfect. I mean, so many possibilities in my opinion. But like the end part, I don't know, there's one part where it's like you may not even have to change the lyrics on those.
Yo, Elijah, completely unrelated to the immediate topic, but related to your Sky thing, check out the general chat, or check out the voice chat. Somebody said Beetlejuice, and it reminded me of what I heard. So, what I heard, the rumor is that Beetlejuice is supposed to pop. And that's what's going to end this planetary alignment Tuesday morning.
That
So it's
sounds
just
like
gonna-
an awesome choose your own adventure like story. That sounds great.
But yeah, no, just a
Thank you.
Somebody
for
said
that
you said
tidbit.
Beetlejuice a second ago, and I was like, "That's what it was." I heard that. So just want to throw it up there. Beetlejuice. Tuesday morning.
A little. Oh, Tuesday morning is what Beetlejuice is. That's what you're referring to.
Look at that link I just put up in the general chat.
Okay, I saved one already that I think you posted. Let me look at and see if it's the same one. No, it is not. Okay.
This is this story has been brewing for a long time. So how much weight is actually put into the story, I have no idea. But
I 1000% need to get my eyes on that because the hype Comet Neo was this, that, and the third, yada yada yada. Because I always thought of a comet as like a quick thing that just goes by, and that shit just was there for like what 3 months, 2 months, and you can see it the same like the alignment at a specific time in the morning, and so I would love to see what a supernova looks like for real. That
Hey,
would be
so
dope as fuck.
Elijah, on last Friday, so were there 2 planets, one on either side of the moon? Because that's what I saw.
Yeah, because the Venus would be on the right, and I'm not sure what would be on the left. Was it
Closer
Mercury?
to the horizon. I mean.
Yeah. It's in there. It's in. He posted the pictures.
Just to let you know, the moon here is almost at zenith. It's at 80 degrees, and it's at directly south right now at 5%. So you're saying tomorrow I could see a little sliver moon and still see this lineup, right?
Think so? Oh,
yeah, the moon disappears.
Hopefully it's not cloudy.
Well, I'm going to have to do it at 1:30 a.m. or a little bit after, so it's going to be like 2 in the
I'll
morning.
call you, Sonny, if you want.
Why 1:30?
Well, because
'Cause
didn't
he's
you
in
say you were
California.
looking at it at 4:30? So that's 3 hours.
So
ahead of
you also have to look at it at 4:30,
Wait.
Sonny.
Oh,
I have to look at it at 3:30, Sonny. Actually, because he's on the East Coast.
No, guys, it's the same time for all of us.
Okay, gotcha.
Right before sunrise.
Okay.
Awesome, Sonny. If you're not up at 4:30, I can call you if you want.
That'll work. I never answer my phone.
I got you. But I'll be up and I'll be watching.
Remember, everything is relative to where you are.
I might have you call me. You know what? Go ahead and call me. Yeah, call me.
I will. No prob, dude.
I'll make sure the ringer's on. What is this going to be tomorrow morning? The next morning, right?
We want to watch till on Tuesday.
So tomorrow morning would be a good time.
Yeah, I got to get up that time for work.
Including.
Sorry, guys.
I don't know if I'll be
I
able
go
to
to
see
bed about, I don't know, 8 or something crazy, and I like getting up early because the whole town's quiet, and me and my dog can walk in the middle of the street.
I was talking to my friend, and it's like whenever something like this happens, like it's best for like just gather some things up and go like upstate or somewhere where you can actually see the stars.
Like a high elevation.
To the east, yeah.
No, like a darker than the city place.
Yeah, I got
Oh.
Yeah. So Elijah, when you were doing this observation, this morning, it was this morning, right?
Yeah. Look at the videos I posted too.
Oh, I didn't even
Sonny,
see
I
them.
went-
I just wanted to ask one quick question about how high was the moon's elevation approximately?
Like 40 degrees.
Okay.
35, 40 degrees.
Okay, good. Just for a baseline. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm looking for your video. What the heck? What time was it?
Live streams. I just posted it.
Oh, you just posted. Okay, got it.
Now here's what I need, like better somebody with a telescope. Matter of fact, I might find a local astronomy club like I've been saying I was,
Ooh,
but I
Elijah,
don't want no
wait.
static with those people.
Elijah, wait, you
Yeah,
can go
yes,
to your
Jenny.
library. You can go to the library and check out a telescope, at least in my area.
That's
And when I
true.
lived in
That's
Illinois,
true.
I should
You're
do
right.
that. OMG. Oh man, it's Sunday. It's closed. I'll have to do it tomorrow. I'll have to go.
Oh man, why didn't I think of that? All right, well, next time. But
No. You can make phone calls tomorrow, dude. Don't give up on it. Call a couple libraries.
Okay.
I know I
'Cause
can check out one
but I
online.
want someone else to see what I'm seeing, because if only I see it, you know what I mean? I won't have
Okay.
someone else who saw it. And
You can.
you know how
Can't you?
far as if you can't prove it, then it didn't happen.
Well, I've seen people put their phone on a telescope.
But the point I'm making is, so what I saw in the planets was like when I would focus, it would, or zoom in, it would go from just looking like a light to looking like multiple lights, like a pad of like a hexagonal pad of lights.
Ooh. Yeah, that's.
Now
I
that
don't
could
know
have
much
just been
about.
that could have just been like, the telescope and the lens effect of the lens.
Right.
I don't know. That's why I want somebody else to kind of with a better resolution power. You know what I mean? It looked like yeah. If you could imagine like well, I guess a hexagonal pad of lights is just about as best as I could describe it. It's just like it had like 3 lights on the left, 3 lights on the right, and 3 lights down the middle, kind of deal.
I'm watching the video.
But then I
right
got
now.
these videos, and it looks like that, and I'm like, yeah, that's got to have. It's weird. It's funny that you have to say, well, that has to be some effect of the camera. Well, where on earth can I experience the same thing with light phenomena? Like, not even light phenomena. Like, are there types of lights that I can zoom into, like stadium lights or any kind of lights that I can get far enough away from that it'll look like that? Like, for
Isn't
you to
that
say,
like in
okay,
the realm
that's a
of?
camera and light problem. Like, can I do that with any other light?
Yeah, to
Like that we
reproduce
know is the actual.
Yeah, you want to reproduce that effect. That's logical. Right?
Yeah. But no one cares.
Yeah.
I'm a dweeb.
Yeah.
At best.
I have a spyglass, and I have this little fitting that my phone clips onto, and the spyglass clips onto. I'm gonna maybe have to try that.
Sorry. Yeah, the thing about that light, that whatever it was that we saw, it wasn't twinkling at all, wasn't doing anything like anything else. Like how you see my video, you see that light looking crazy. Well, actually, that's from my phone, so that's different. But when I looked at the planets with the telescope, you see all the dancing and the gyration of the lights and all that. But with that thing, it was just a light. And on top of that, everything else is moving east. Everything else is moving west. I mean, it was moving east. I didn't mention that, but yeah. So everything else is obviously, you know, moving west, rising, and all that, and that was just going the other way. I gotta get y'all a pair of these binoculars at least. But like I said, no, that's not even really necessary. You can check it out at a local library or at a like some.
Yeah, I've come across two
club.
separate libraries that did that, so I guess it depends
That's
on
super awesome.
funding and
And when he died, all he left us was alone. Papa was a rolling stone. Home, 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 yeah.
you go, Sonny.
I'm being goofy.
You just do what you do.
Wow, wow. That's outrageous. Yeah, the one at 58 minutes, that's wild, man. Wow. Elijah, trip out.
Like, why is it doing shit that it's just... It's just weird that it...
At first, I thought that was the moon. And then you panned over and I see the moon. I'm like, whoa, that's not the moon. That's right, the moon's... trippy. So that thing was moving like a different direction, Elijah? Oh, he cut out. Ah, Elijah left. All right.
I'm still here, Sonny.
All right, Danny.
Play some music.
I'll play some music. That's a good idea.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon. That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one. It is an optic phenomenon. So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Rob.
I wonder what happened to the second one. Didn't play. The bot just disappeared. Disappeared. Hold on.
Damn machines.
Machines. Try it again. Let's try a stop.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Black void. Nope.
Yeah, because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just cartoons.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
So chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe the lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FB party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog disc, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dump in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon beat, ayy. Black Swan icon be at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep. Flack with the clipper, yeah, now you can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's about proofs. In a book, nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. Hey, play it, let me hear it, let me hear it.
Yes, a shout out to MIDI HC, Indio, Helio, Miggy, and the rest of the bunch over on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and YouTube. Shout out to all y'all.
Woo!
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is D to the V, and you're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and YouTube.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Love it.
Awesome.
Those are that was awesome. I know it's not new, but
Here's some more. Well, I thought so. It's weird. I'm gonna play. Here, let's check the modem. Remember those? Wait a second. Where's my sound effects? That's how you know you were connected.
Yeah. 24/7 flat earth, baby.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanna talk about the flat earth. I don't wanna talk about the fucking globe jerks.
Uh-oh. Someone
Mark.
cut it off.
Mark, please.
Huh?
Is that Flatter Day?
No, it's D to the V. I don't know why it stopped, though.
Oh, it was D. Sorry, D.
Someone stopped it.
No.
Oh, it stopped by itself? That's really weird. Like, it stopped right in the middle?
Try again to play it.
Uh-huh. Don't get it.
Yeah. 24/7 flat earth, baby.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanna talk about the flat earth. I don't wanna talk about the fucking globe jerks.
Oh, it stops it right there. Maybe it's the curse word.
No, it's just 24 seconds. That.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Didn't realize.
If anybody gives me a hard time for uploading and or singing this, then I don't want to sing with you. And if you think I'm ignorant, maybe because we have different beliefs, well, that's on you. Maybe you haven't looked into it, maybe you have, but hey, we don't have to agree on everything. Let's do this. Something's going wrong in the neighborhood. Why do we see further than we should? All around us, people unaware, lied to and deceived without a care. There simply is no curve inside. You know it all spin all day and night. It seems they want our minds flooded with lies. If you wanna bust the globe, I know these guys. Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call when the horizon flattens out? Go ahead, call them up, see what that's about. We can go around in circles trying to find this out. But if we looking for the truth, about to find it out. NASA can't go to space, so we hit the roof. Get it, hit the roof, and it all came to light with 200 proofs. Now I'm just really sick of people lying to me. So when I tell the truth, don't come crying to me. Pick up the phone, get on the line with me. Line with me. Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters! I can't help myself. Ghostbusters!
And welcome everybody to Globebusters Super Flat Sunday. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and lo and behold, we are back, people. It's been we've been gone for about a month. Well, yeah, just about a month now. I think this is our first show of the new year, maybe second. God, I can't even remember. That's just terrible. But anyway, we're back, and glad to be back here with everybody. And have a whole bunch of neat stuff to share today and lots going on in the community. So we will jump right into that as soon as we introduce the panel. And first up, as always, we have Jaron.
Debunking the clowns at one at a time. Vengeance and bumping and punking their lies. The globe side crashes, their ass froze up. Derping and perping, they learn nothing much. They swiftly get pummeled, their arguments tank. Fools falling flat in their numpties stank. Feckless and vile, they purport the earth turns. Their silence is golden and distinctively heard. As they put on a clinic, the globe is crowned. The ballers fed up and they're all shut down. The arena is empty except for one man. Flat smacking, wig snatching as fast as he can. The loser bows down and the loser looks up with a hole in his soul. Flat Earth takes a cup. But he's thriving, deriving, and arguing words. Debunking the nonsense that he still has heard. And he's mowing resistance. And he's flowing with ease. He killed the globe, curing the disease. Because he's tracing and lacing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. He's seeing long distance. No ball. Yeah. No trophies, no Newton, no planet, no gas balls. He's haunted by something he heard from Einstein. All the spooky action at distance, not force. Effect, not a cause. He knows this, of course. In his mind, he's still thriving. The ballers are slayed. They're hoping in time that the memories fade. But he's tracing and placing no magnetic north. He's guiding and abiding and riding on discord. The loser bows down and slowly looks up with the hole in his soul. The flat earth takes a cup, but he's thriving, deriving, and arguing words. Debunking the nonsense that he still has heard. Cause he's mowing resistance. He's flowing with ease. He's killing the globe, curing the disease. Because he's tracing and placing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. Tracing and placing the magnetic north. He's guiding, abiding, and riding on discord. He's mowing resistance. He's feeling the need. He's seeing long distance.
for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force him a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big Pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Globusters taking over. Bye-bye, Moonlight and Rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad cause I just fight about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Props at the president, Jaren got the evidence.
we're slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is 7 dead. Dead to earth electric and it's residential residence. It's heaven sent, I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent, that's a guy, not an in court. But we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globebusters taking over. Bye bye, moon man and rover. That's just so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globebusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
You're getting nervous, man. You're getting nervous, man. You're getting nervous, man.
Why would they lie? Why? Why would any president lie?
You're getting nervous, man. You're getting nervous, man.
The earth is flat.
You're getting nervous, man.
nervous, man? You're getting nervous, man. You're getting nervous, man.
Yeah, that was a little bit too long. That's some crazy stuff, man. Wow.
Awesome.
Shout out to D to the V. He was the responsible party. Oh, man.
He was gone for a while. Now I'm like, damn it, why did he come back? That was fucking hideous.
I did try to ban the globe, but it says enter valid name or user. Doesn't exist. The globe.
Now just imagine being him, like doing the engineering and mixing of that shit. Like we just heard it for that long. He heard it like on repeat like 1,000 times in a row, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why anybody would do that to themselves.
Great beat.
What a variety, though, we have. Hey, Sleeping Warrior. Hey, how you doing, man?
Sleeping.
Well, when you're a warrior, you have to sleep sometime. I guess. I guess that's not for me. Apparently. They say there's curvature, but we can't see. To say there's a horizon we can't see is quite absurd. I mean, is quite absurd to me.
No curve, no globe.
Look into Flat Earth if you want to be free.
Free your mind from the lies.
Free your mind, Flat Earth will follow.
It's a new song from Sunny. Bendy Water is typing something. Oh, not anymore. Oh, here we get.
You've been listening to Flat Earth Music. "24/7 Flat Earth Radio Show, Sunday with Sunny."
Oh yeah. I'm gonna play one music.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school, but I won't go back to the ball.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten?
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. ocean. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be at, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. Na no ni na ni no no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man, it's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man, that's pretty far out, man.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. Where my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling mad, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CD, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. P. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill,
property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bound, it makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads. Where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards. Where trees and crops grow upside down. And the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Ballers are despairing in disease. They are sharing the same outlook on the topic of FB. QE faded Panda Star, Miggy style this places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying. Crypto throws it in their face.
How do eclipses work?
Like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying. They are preaching and a shouting as Flat Earth destroys their globe. Ballers run away up out.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cogdis when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Grover's demise.
Some will lie to soup, they'll neither fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to soup the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. the liars, throttling their asses. Roger from the Netherlands, flat smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot, got rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As flat earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltards' lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltards despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for. High and dry, everywhere, I'm looking for someone evermore, sunshine evermore, someone evermore, sunshine evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know
Opening scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises and I renew Mama Kaba. Look into her blue iris, there she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races, surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Chaplains make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, just grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, whether the sun goes. Standing up Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Battle cries go off around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Battle cries go off around me. Let it drift around your body.
They took my blue skies away. It's like the whole planet died that day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, barometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Battle cries go off around me.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start.
2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, pitch and yaw, algebra, don't you gnaw? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA gnaw, ugh! Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Round up those lives from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with ya the lunar modula and the rover. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9 first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be faking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, Gonga Kota, Hamdu Namsa Namja Noya Gunu Fonsa. Imunkwa, Hoku Tioda, Ponantusa Nimpusa Utila.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care,
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face.
New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun Katza.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How do you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
In the book.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right. And how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No. Nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
So that
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to Greece when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smacking to all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, see too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurement, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in the stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 space force. We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Tremendous. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force.
I say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray.
Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force.
Songify this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch it all the episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life.
Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices. Can't people say anything? Hamburger prices.
Well, let me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles. And I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, NASHoles, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me,
This is a warning, 5G is coming.
It's happening in our own community. You know, we've got communities whereby legislation has been introduced which prevents us helping homeless people and helping poor people. Legislation which causes us to step inside the lines all the time and to disregard people around us very often. You know, social programming that causes us to disregard people. All of these sorts of things that have been superimposed over what it means to be a human. And really, I firmly believe that all it would take to change the world would be for people to just pause for a few minutes and look around them and really take stock of what their surroundings really are. Because if people were to do this, you know, once the reality of their surroundings really sunk in, well, the most obvious question they're going to ask from that point is, why are we doing this? And really, folks, the only reason that we are is because we've been trained to, and we are often too scared to step outside of our training for fear of what others may think if we step outside the lines or question authority too loudly. People are quite literally scared to be themselves, you know, mind control, folks. You know, we think it's coming, well, it's actually here, folks. And I would say that even though it was in place before, it has had a pretty good hold over human consciousness ever since the invention of television. I mean, television has been a huge influence over the minds of people for the last 60 or 70 years, and it's gotten worse now because television used to just train people what to think. But now with the smart grid and all of this surveillance that's coming out, it's causing people to be programmed in not only what to think, but also how to think and also what they should think. And it's creating a situation where people are too scared to think for themselves, and the kids that are growing up through this whole system simply aren't going to have any reference point for what freedom or freedom of expression or free thought or any of this stuff is. That's the danger that we're facing. You know, and you mentioned what it would be like to be a child growing up through this and being completely dependent upon this tech for your whole life, and then when you get to a point where if you think outside the box they lock you out, suddenly is what life is for these young kids growing up. That's the freaky part, folks. And the amount of control this exerts over the human experience is profound. It really is. This prevents anybody from ever thinking outside the box or questioning their surroundings at all. It's a very, very dangerous future we're allowed to be created, folks. And it's a future that is not going to resemble anything like humanity at all. I mean, how can you ever have freedom of expression? How can you ever have real art be created? How can you ever have real genius be expressed? How can you ever find the beauty and the unique genius of each child and nurture that so it grows into something wonderful and that child can express themselves and be all that they can be? How can you ever have any of that within a system which controls the way you think, the way you look, the way you act, and gives you points and merit points according to your coherence and obedience to government guidelines? I mean, this is simply not any future at all, ladies and gentlemen. But it's coming, and it's going to come if we don't say something about it.
So you think about the poker bluff, and you think about, like, even in soccer or football, when someone fakes left and then goes right, that's a disinformation strategy, where if we're competing and information about the nature of reality, where the water is, where the gold is, what the market is going to do next, if this company is going to make it, whatever, equals a source of advantage, but we're in an assumed rivalrous dynamic, we're competing for the same money, competing for the same attention, whatever, then first I have the incentive to withhold information, right? So I don't want to tell you where the gold is. So the first thing is withholding information. And we see in business how much focus is on IP and NDAs and those types of things. But then it's not simply withholding information, it's also disinforming, right? Just like the poker bluff or the fake left and go right, we have and we can see in warfare, we try and have black projects where we withhold the information because we don't want the other side to know what our military capacities are, but we also try to disinform what our military capacities are or where we're going to attack or whatever else as a source of advantage. And that's been happening forever. Sun Tzu writes about that, right? I mean, it's just, we've had a basis for disinformation for a long time. We've had rivalrous dynamics for a long time. Where I can get ahead in a human ecosystem by affecting what other people believe, independent of what is true, independent of base reality, then we live in a simulated reality where if I can get you to believe something that will lead you to vote in my interest or to purchase things in my interest or whatever, game theory will have me try to optimize distortion and optimize my ability to get ahead at creating and winning at simulations, and it won't have me try to connect to base reality at all, right? And so we get a world that is so constructed and decoupled from base reality that most of the time what is true isn't even relevant. And it's even further than that. It's that there's a whole class of people for whom the idea that there are true concepts doesn't even appeal to them very much.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, so the sound of the engine starts to diminish as if maybe A's run out of fuel or B is being suffocated by something, and so there can be no more combustion. The rocket is spinning really fast still at this point from takeoff. And coming up here, something else happens. And it's right about here, watch. So despite the rocket spinning as fast as it was, something brought this rocket to a complete halt. And now the rocket gets suspended in air and it starts to turn on its side. It's just like floating in something. Now, I don't think this is water because we probably see water on the lens, but I found this very interesting that the rocket just stops, all combustion stops, and now the rocket is on its side and just frozen there in space. Let's compare this to the STS shuttle launch.
Final launch of Endeavour, expanding our knowledge, expanding our lives in space.
Did he say expanding our lives in space or lives? No, probably lives. Let's keep watching. So watch what happens to the second rocket. Pay attention to the flame. We have a nice rocket combustion here, but as everything gets suspended at this point and starts to turn just like the Go Fast rocket started to turn, this flame seems to be pushing against a barrier of some kind or some type of gas as the rocket turns and heads towards Earth, turns its nose towards Earth, and eventually the flame doesn't have any more oxygen and just gets snuffed out. At this point, things get quiet, and all the pieces that NASA set up there start to just slowly rotate as if suspended in a liquid. So everything kind of seems like it's just suspended, bobbing around up there. They're not orbiting Earth because they're not traveling 17,500 miles an hour. They're just kind of stuck up there, spinning around. So let's take a look at this other camera here. Now, the smoke of the rocket most likely would continue in the same direction. It wouldn't orientate with the back of the rocket. But the thrust coming from the combustion of the rocket should follow in line with the rocket, but it's not. It's being pushed by something back towards Earth. It's like there's this resistance to the combustion of this rocket. And one more thing, I probably shouldn't have to mention this, but this is what globe earthers think prove curvature of the Earth. Oh wait, that would prove convex Earth. My fault. Never mind. So just like the Go Fast rocket that went up was immediately stopped by something. Something stopped all its momentum, stopped it from spinning, and then it turned on its side and just kind of bobbed in space for a bit, suspended up there. So is this ST shuttle rocket. Everything stops, the combustion stops, something's resisting the combustion, resisting, and just snuffs it out as the rocket is now just suspended in air pointing towards Earth. So what is this? And Globebusters had a show where somebody came on with a German science team who had sent a rocket up. Same thing happened to them. And they claim to have discovered that sitting on top of Earth is a layer of sulfur hexafluoride. Now, sulfur hexafluoride is a gas, and it does not conduct electricity, and it's supposedly sitting on top of our noble gas layer. So let's see what the sulfur hexafluoride looks like. Let's get an idea of what properties we would expect from such a gas. Here we have a tank of sulfur hexafluoride, and somebody has constructed a boat made out of tinfoil. Now, as the boat is placed in the tank, you can see that it actually looks like it's floating on invisible water. Another property of sulfur hexafluoride is that as it gets colder, it starts to crystallize, which could explain these crystal-like formations on the cameras here. Here are the crystals formed on the Go Fast rocket camera as right before it gets suspended. And here NASA's own camera starts to crystallize right when it starts rotating. You can see the little formations, and looks like little ice etchings on the camera actually. And so the guy takes this tinfoil boat, fills it with the sulfur hexafluoride from the tank, and look what happens to the flames of these candles as he pours it over the top. Yep, snuffs the flame out, and this is the exact same thing that we see in rockets. The engines just get cut off, they get suspended temporarily, those ice crystals form, and they fall back down to Earth. Proving once and for all, we cannot get in space, and now we have a possible solution or explanation as to what's stopping us. This is Mike. Please like and subscribe.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe yo, somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like Bond, hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Look, the truth is the truth. You can call it what you want. All I'm looking for is more proof. calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Start searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. I'm gonna wake you up to this motherfucking deception. Anybody living on a ball, give them a lesson. Tell them earth is flat and then simply answer their questions. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We're letting them control the whole nation with this stupid little lie. Man, the earth is not a ball, we should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land. Sadly, I'm mistaken. This land was fucking taken, and this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending, cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house and cards fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bombs, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it, it's here, truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online, there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true?
We've got a new person here, Zoltangi. Welcome.
Thank you. She'd been on this channel for quite a while, but
Oh, okay.
once in a while. Does anyone have any suggestion of what would be a good intro video to show somebody, or something that sparks the interest in actually looking into this rather than just laughing it off? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think there's a video on ODD's channel, 5 minutes into Flat Earth or something like that. I haven't personally seen it, but I've seen it shared a lot, so maybe that would be a good one.
Actually, it was actually pretty good one.
Yeah, or else, I like Eric Dubé. I think he has some good videos, like, I forgot the name of it. I think it's called Level. Not the second one that just came out, but the first one. I think that one is a good one to share to introduce Flat Earth to people.
Check it out.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the link to both of those.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because you know that's a device that, you know, the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's a
Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail? right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
That's
What if
not
it's
what I said.
unplugged?
That's not what I
I
said.
know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat
Tolerance-
unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary, because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge.
Yeah,
therefore, it
but
can't be stationary.
How do you know?
Just cut off for some reason. I don't know why.
Is there a place to find any really good debates, good on both ends?
I didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry.
Is there a place where there's a compiled list of videos of or audio of debates? Both ends are actually intelligent, where it's not just one's making fun of the other.
Well, later on in this clip, it does get pretty deep. There are other ones, I believe, on certain of some of the members in the server, I believe, have it clipped out on some debates. But I don't have access to their channels. Might have to go to Indio's webpage.
Where do you find that?
I have to look through the history of the bot, I think, and then I can post a link.
That's difficult. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm on mobile. I always use Discord on mobile, so I'm not very organized with links and websites and all that.
It's been quite a while since I joined this Discord. What's the process of getting somebody in here who wants to listen and maybe debate?
I mean, usually you just get some people that just pop in, but you can ping somebody if you want. So if they have the Globe Earther role, you could ping them, or even Flat Earther. So you could do that, but usually we just have people come in on their own who feel like asking questions or debating.
All right. I thought you had to be like approved to come on the actual live stream.
Well, you get interviewed in the VC check-in for the verified role, so that way you can debate in here. But everybody goes through that, so even if you don't want to debate, you still need to be VC verified.
That's what my question was. So I was just making sure that there is a process. So it's the VC check-in 1 or VC check-in 2.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Try the bot again. Hopefully it works with a shorter video.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve.
We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara on the Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this. And yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Why do things fall? Like everyone else, I was told as a child that no one had properly answered that question until an apple unfortunately fell on the brilliant head of Sir Isaac Newton in the 17th century. The explanation is known all too well, given that it is repeatedly told to us from an early age. Why do things rise? I was not academically introduced to the man who answered that question until much later in life. His name was Archimedes, and he answered why things rise close to 300 years BC. The Archimedes principle is an extremely essential concept for more applications than you can imagine. The applications of this concept can range from estimating the composition of metal alloys to even lighter-than-air flight. A critical thinker should be perplexed by the fact that the answers to those two very similar questions are nearly 2,000 years apart. History seems to be the most unreliable of sources. I always found it very difficult to believe that the answer to those two very similar questions is not one and the same. I believe that Archimedes' work has been corrupted over the years, just like this work will inevitably be corrupted also. I believe Archimedes also answered the question of why things fall nearly 250 years BC, but most of his work has been lost or changed, probably during the burning of Alexandria. Regardless of whether or not he answered that question, the fact is I do in this video. I have successfully engineered the perfect answer to why things fall and rise, based largely on Archimedes' remaining works and my advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. I can confidently say that Sir Isaac Newton was so incredibly wrong on his answer to why things fall that I can only think of one word, and that is fraud. I hope that after watching this video, you can come to the same conclusion. Archimedes, when asked why things rise, he would simply answer, density. For that is the correct answer to that question. The Archimedes principle is that which governs the motion of helium balloons, hot air balloons, submarines, etc. The principle states that the upward force of an object immersed in a fluid is equal to that of the weight of the fluid it displaces. Simply put, if an object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. The force at which it will rise is mathematically expressed as the following. For a fully submerged object, for example humans, or any other physical object in air, the amount of volume the object displaces is equal to the volume of the object. V displacement equals V object. Also, floating objects are partially submerged, and therefore the resultant force is practically zero at floating rest. The previous explanation has been good enough for everybody so far, kids and academics alike. This explanation of why things rise being solely based on the density of the object, and the density of the medium it is in, has always been sufficient for everyone. Yet, when asked why things fall, Isaac Newton came up with a much more elaborate answer, one that required the assumption of the mass of the Earth and the creation of a constant which conveniently cannot be measured in a lab and can only be measured at the most massive of scales, the cosmic scale, rendering the constant as purely theoretical and impossible to measure on a repeatable laboratory scale as science has always demanded. In a way, Isaac Newton was a pioneer in turning science into the faith-based phenomenon that it is now. Newton was the first to come up with theories that necessitated having faith in him and could not simply be tested by anybody. It is a common misconception that Isaac Newton is credited with finding g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. The truth is, long before the times of Newton, people knew about the fall rate of objects. That is why the constant g is included on the formula for the Archimedes principle, which was a known concept thousands of years before Newton. Thanks to the knowledge of the fall rate of solid objects, which is easily observable, humans have been able to build infrastructure such as cathedrals, bridges, aqueducts, and other infrastructure for thousands of years. The study of static forces and dynamic forces is much older than the times of Isaac Newton. What Isaac Newton is truly credited with discovering is the reason as to why things fall, for which he came up with the most intricate and peculiar of explanations. He said that matter attracts matter, but only if matter is heavy enough to be significant. Basically, he said that unlike your everyday objects, the Earth is the only object big enough within our range to affect us in any noticeable manner. He invented, fabricated, and imagined the following equation and constant in much the same manner that J.K. Rowling dreamt up the wizarding world of Harry Potter. F equals G, m1, m2 over r squared. He quite literally manufactured the G constant, and assumed the mass of the Earth, which still today is not proven, in order to get a G equals 9.81 meters per second squared equals G times the mass of the Earth over r squared, where r equals the radii of the Earth. This sort of science can only be compared to that of science fiction and fantasy writers. The truth is, the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Both Newton and Archimedes think of mass wrongly, and not at all as it truly behaves in nature. We have often been taught to think of density as mass over volume. Although this is mathematically correct, the proper way to express the relationship between density, volume, and mass is the following. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. In other words, if we were observing and plotting the mass of a 1 meter cubed sphere, we would integrate its density over its volume and plot the mass as we go from the center of the sphere, which is at 0% volume integration, to the outer shell of the sphere, which is at 100% volume integration. Mass would be on the left axis, y-axis, and volume on the right axis, x-axis. Both would change, but the density of the object will be the slope of the curve and will remain constant, if the sphere is made out of a uniform material. For example, assuming a 1 meter cubed water sphere, it would look a bit like the following graph. The slope would equal the density, which is the only thing that truly remains constant. Understanding this statement is crucial to fully understanding how matter behaves, mainly because how matter behaves in a vertical direction is solely dictated by the density value of the object and the density value of the medium it is in, nothing else. Density is the only value constant in every element or stable chemical compound, meaning, under the same conditions, a single hydrogen molecule has the same density as a balloon holding 1,000,000 hydrogen molecules, but they do not have the same mass, nor volume, yet they both rise in air. The law of matter. If the object is denser than the medium it is in, it will fall. If the object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. In this video, I will prove without room for doubt that what we think of as the force of gravity and buoyancy force are actually one single force. A density force is the name of the force that determines and dictates the vertical motion of any physical object at free fall. This force governs the vertical interaction between different forms of matter, and the direction of the force is solely dictated by the difference in density between the object and the surrounding medium. The resultant vertical force of an object at free fall is what I call the force of density, and is written as such. Where V equals the volume of the object, G equals 9.81 meters per second squared, Pm equals the density of the medium, and Po equals the density of the object. Equation 1 is not only mathematically true and applicable to real life, but also the direction is self-determinant. If the density value of the object is greater than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the brackets will be negative. And if the density value of the object is lesser than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the bracket will be positive. If the difference between the densities is negative, then the value of the resultant force will be a negative term, indicating the direction of the force is downwards. This is consistent with real-life observations, such as a stone in either air or water, where the stone density would be heavier than the medium, and thus it falls. If the difference between the densities is positive, then the resultant force will be also positive, indicating the direction of the force is upwards. This is also consistent with real-life observation, such as a helium balloon in either air or water, where the helium balloon is much lighter than air, mostly nitrogen, and thus it rises. Therefore, using this formula is not just the proper mathematical description of the vertical force experienced by matter, but it is also a more convenient method than the traditional method, which unnecessarily separates the force of density into two forces, the force of buoyancy and the force of gravity. Equation 1 is just as accurate as the traditional method, because it is mathematically equivalent to the traditional method, but simplified, and displayed in the matter in which it should be displayed. The following is the mathematical proof of their equivalency. The traditional method equation for an object at free fall is the following. Assuming up is positive and down is negative, Fr equals the resultant force. But we know that the volume displaced for a fully immersed object is V displaced equals V object. Similarly, we also know it to be true that the mass of the object is equal to. Therefore, we substitute into the equation and we get which by grouping like terms equals equation 1. Similarly, equation 1 can be simplified further to obtain only the acceleration of the observed object, and this is how it is obtained. This equation will be called equation 2, and it is instrumental in the experiments needed to prove that the constant g is indeed the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, and not the constant acceleration due to the gravitational pull of the Earth, as Isaac Newton claimed. Equation 2 shows that the rate and direction at which a material either rises or falls is solely dependent on a difference between the density of the medium and the density of the object. Therefore, answering the question asked on the title page, according to equation 2, the rate at which a material rises or falls is independent of its volume or the amount of material, mass, meaning that helium rises at a certain rate in water and another in air, whether it is a single helium atom or whether it is millions of helium atoms occupying the shape of a balloon. In other words, matter rises or falls by virtue of its own innate physical properties, and not because of dimensions such as volume, radius, or overall mass, like Newton proposed. A simple plug-in experiment into equation 2 shows that it is true for all observable phenomena, such as an air balloon in the air, a helium balloon in the air, rocks in the air, lead in water, etc. It also explains why feathers and exhaled air balloons do not fall as quickly as a stone, given they are much closer in density to the air than a stone. A stone, since it is far denser than air, it falls at such a rate as to nearly render the density of the medium, air, negligible, and thus a stone falls at a rate relatively close to g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. On the other hand, an exhaled air balloon, given that it is mostly air with a higher CO2 content, falls slowly in air because it is only a little bit denser as a whole than the air around it. Humans are very close in density to water, thus they make a great example of my principle. Most humans sink relatively slow in water, but some babies and people with relatively high body fat ratios can float with relative ease. There are also floating techniques that can help a human float in water. The material humans are made of sinks slowly in water, and the center of mass for that material is at the belly button, which is where we experience the sinking. However, when we take lots of air into our lungs change density and become less dense than the water, and thus start pulling us up. There are floating techniques that help us align the pull from our belly button with the pull of our lungs and help us float. Other techniques help us float by grouping the pulls close together and using a slight kicking motion to keep our legs afloat. Similarly, you may have noticed that if we take in a lot of air into our lungs, descending becomes very difficult, but if we purposely exhale all the air in our lungs, we start to descend quite rapidly. The most misunderstood yet most important experiment on this subject is the Brian Cox experiment. It is an experiment where he drops a bowling ball and a feather from the same height and records it using a high-speed camera, slow motion capture. As repeatable observed phenomena shows, in air, The bowling ball falls much faster than the feather, but in a vacuum, as demonstrated by the experiment, they fall at the same rate. The biggest fallacy of the experiment is the assumption that Brian Cox makes. He believes that this experiment proves gravity because since the air is removed and the medium is now a vacuum, empty space, thus there is no resistance from the medium, and thus no buoyancy force, and the only observable force left should be gravity, and thus they both fall at the same rate. But, and a big but, if you notice my formulas can precisely and mathematically explain without failure the observable phenomena in the vacuum, because in a vacuum, the medium is nothing. The medium is empty space, and the density of empty space is zero. Then think of matter as occupied space. If we plug in a density of 0 for the medium into equation 2, the equation becomes the following mathematical limit question. Therefore, density cancels out, and this means that according to the math of equation 2, all matter falls at the constant acceleration g in empty space regardless of the object's density. The limit evaluations show us that as the density of the medium approaches 0 in a vacuum, then the observed object's rate of fall approaches g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. Therefore, since both the feather and the bowling ball are infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of 0, then they both fall at the constant fall rate of matter in empty space. Matter is infinitely denser than empty space. Therefore, the vacuum experiment is proving without a doubt that g equals 9.81 meters per second squared is the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, as proven by the equal fall rate of a feather and bowling ball in empty space. There are two ways to obtain the value of the constant g according to equation 2. One is using multiple runs of an object or various objects which densities are known, and observing and recording their fall rate or rising rate in different mediums which densities are also known. In the experiment, the observed acceleration and direction must be recorded, and by plugging the observed acceleration into a y-axis and the densities into the x-axis, then simple data analysis can be used to obtain the constant g, which would be the only value constant throughout all the experiments with different densities. The other way to obtain the constant g is the Brian Cox's vacuum experiment, given that by making the medium in the experiment empty space, then the constant g becomes the observed acceleration. Thank you, Brian Cox. I would have never secured the funds for such an experiment, but I have your blessed naive ignorance to thank for proving my equations to be mathematically true with your experiment. In conclusion, here is where I ask the reader to reconsider their previous beliefs. I do not know why something so simple has been purposely hidden in plain sight for all these years, but the fact remains that it has. The world we live in has rules, and the rule that determines whether an object falls or rises is not the size of the earth, or how much it weighs. It is, clearly, the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in, nothing more. I sometimes wonder if the apple had not fallen on Newton's head, and instead had fallen in a bucket of water, if he would have then figured out the reason why the apple truly fell, and then never would have come up with such an absurd theory such as the theory of gravity. Maybe he would have wondered how the apple's gravity was magically turned off as soon as it hit the water, given that apples float and all. Maybe then he would have noticed that what made the apple fall was not gravity, but the density differential between the air and the apple, nothing else.
I'm gonna try this debate again and hopefully it works.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because you know that's a device that, you know, the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Damn, I was just about to say that in real life. Hypnosis because of that pendulum.
Wait,
I am not hypnotized.
dude said he's a
Hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, you know, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
That's
what if it's
not what I said.
unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in flame? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge, but it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Diverge and
They are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it isn't.
Diverge. Driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah,
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, yeah, but
Yeah.
you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a Glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are. Some
You don't know your globe proofsy very well,
guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're
Yeah,
able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Well, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
But he's changing the
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said.
He asked
they do
to start them, and you said, "Well, they eventually come to rest."
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about
come to stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
saying,
Foucault's
hold on,
pendulum. That's
okay.
what you said
Can I
to
ask him
start
to-
with.
can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation,
Well, he's lying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a
Right?
force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force, right?
It's not. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is
a
Coriolis
pseudo force as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis
People are-
density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
Coriolis is conservation
I'm
of
talking about the
momentum.
motion of the bob on the pendulum,
It
right?
should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why would it be
energy
perpetual?
because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model,
According
to
to,
Globe Earth.
you cut out there. So
according to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is
Brenda,
it's a pseudo force.
Brenda,
well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
yeah, you're
I'm
roboting
saying,
hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, "Can you hear me?" now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's
within a
correct.
frame.
Yeah.
So does that means this is a theory, right? Because this is
No.
literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
no,
that
you're swearing on a Bible on science? Why?
it's an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man?
You can
You don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
I
a
have a
little.
quick question for the audience.
When you hear it,
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached
so not
to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it
When are
very
you
easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
When are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
You'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
When are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major conservation
I'm not going.
physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some
I tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question
Yeah.
after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, yeah, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, yeah, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
Pendulum
if
what?
you put,
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
when you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, yeah, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right and they will swing in that way and they will not deflect. How
Why
do you
would I-
explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
Yeah, I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't
You would not use the proof
No,
that
you are not
cited was
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
Or
affected
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
aren't the are
Wouldn't they?
aren't
Wouldn't they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected
They
by the
are
Earth's magnetic
present
field.
in. Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
When
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use
You
magnets.
can't. You don't
that
have.
eliminates the
You
proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use
okay.
Foucault's
In
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah. And you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's
I
magnetic
ask you
field.
why the magnets do not deflect.
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
You
asking
did
about.
ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that that's
How do you
most
explain
likely.
if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously, you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
Scientists.
Which
Physicists.
scientists?
Quantum physicists.
No, they
You
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No,
He
they
just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it
driven
isn't.
by magnets. Yes, it is. You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
that's just for their pendulum. That's not for
you
said
that's
pendulum.
what Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your
No,
proof.
that's not how
you didn't
things
know it was
work.
magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't that it's a magnetic pendulum.
Brenda,
Yeah, it is driven by magnets. Check the
Brenda,
live
you
stream
said,
voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the
Those,
Smithsonian.
I said
And
not
now, when I presented you,
just a minute.
When I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in scientific.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Yeah, because it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
Brenda, you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, yeah?
I've
ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live
fields.
We live between two Gaussian planes, yeah? The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got, that's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
This is
measurable.
scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't use
Scientific
magnets.
fact.
That's why I wouldn't
Scientific
use.
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the
That's
cloud.
why I
to the
wouldn't
ground.
use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
That's not what I'm
Steve Wright,
saying.
or like who?
That's not
Well,
what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the
started itself.
Smithsonian. That's just the
Then-
Smithsonian one.
Then
No, I just posted
then you've
another one. Hold on,
got-
hold on. I just posted
then-
something. The original
then what about
Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I
Yeah.
posted a link from an educational site
Not
saying
of
lead
those
can
are
be affected by
magnetism.
magnetic field. So the
Brenda,
original,
what
hold on,
about-
the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic
No,
fields. The end.
So did he
Brenda, what
have
about
Yeah,
the-
but all
device
those
attached to it?
metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by
They conduct
magnetism.
electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the
Are they
electric
affected
field
by
that they are
magnetism?
present in.
Okay, let's move forward.
Magnetism.
Let's move forward, because now we
Agreed.
realize that one device how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
how do you explain? Sorry,
Brenda used
Brenda
a
reduced
logical
his own
fallacy
argument to a
begin
lie.
with. She tried to use the modus tollens, as in she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then
That's
not
not
Q.
a. It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because
I
you
said,
did say
I said
you
if
did
P
say
then
try.
Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
Yeah,
what
you
it's
did
told.
that.
Hold on,
You
hold
did
on,
that.
hold on, time out.
You
Time
inversed
out.
it.
Just give me a
But
second, guys.
just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to
Modus
escape
tollens.
the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an
No,
inverse
if
fallacy.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in if not P, then not
That's not what I
Q.
said.
Great.
I said
Yes, it
if
is.
P then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore
thank you,
not P.
thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this,
electric,
that is the word.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah, so
What'd
it's
I
been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly
Has
swing
anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
No,
usually
have
a
they?
global
Nobody's
cause.
been able. Nobody has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
You never knew about it. I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
And
So it hasn't been.
You know every person in the world that's done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a
No, the
method.
scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for?
If
Gravity.
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it
doesn't
is.
follow the scientific
Brenda.
method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the
No,
distance
so
between.
your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the
Oh,
distance,
your
and you
cause was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove
Can you
gravity
show me
before
a
you claimed it?
Cavendish?
See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just claim.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you
Because
isolate
bro,
gravity
you're
from the electromagnetic
independent.
forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well,
You're trying to prove-
the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause.
Oh my
So
God.
indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But
Okay,
you never
did you-
proved gravity in the first place. You can't
Because
claim
gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're
so you're
trying to
saying that it
prove.
was defined before it was even backed up by
That's-
experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might
Don't
not
care.
have even fucking existed.
So Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to
Oh.
Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a
Do we
pseudo
just
force.
think-
Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
So, Brenda, what's
pseudo.
the difference between a force, and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the
Well,
difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental. That it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever you're
The bending of space-time.
Whoa. Concept. You're giving concept.
To me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium? How did this get through?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
of them together. So who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from
proved
time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it does matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason?
Come on,
space-time is real.
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open.
Dude, like,
So we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like you have to try to look past the ship for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way.
Of course
What
it
reasons
globe
did
needs
they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent
Brenda,
observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are used.
Bro, so sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for
giving contradictory. Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Distance is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with if the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly.
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
It's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is, what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's going to drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what
that's what you've done.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the
no, I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance,
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance,
you don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis is not been proven until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do
gravity is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. Hold on, Brenda. Just real fast. I want to put something in there. So flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
and then falling like,
perpetual.
oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like
yeah,
that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity?
Doesn't
How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural
was
density
the
explains
observed natural
everything.
phenomena?
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a
electromagnetic
force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but nope, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I don't know
experiments,
who
though.
came up with
All
the
you've got is
formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do. What are you talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah, well,
can we
gravity?
On the same page?
You're practicing Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity
I'm not
is an
apparent.
Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Has Newton got 4 space?
No.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make him answer that. What? Make him answer
Go
that.
ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
Like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent property.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
official sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what about
No.
reality?
Nothing empirical.
Brenda,
No,
Brenda,
I
do you
appeal
not
to
trust reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes, I
TV
have.
and on
Yes,
images.
I have.
Okay.
Where? When?
You've
At
seen
what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curve.
the apparent optical horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over?
You
by
can
increasing
never,
the resolution
you can
power of
never
the
zoom,
observer?
you can
Okay,
never zoom the boat back in.
Yeah, you can. Check
Seriously,
the live stream voice
Brenda,
text
see
right
if a
now.
boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
All you have is incredulity.
I'm going to give you a new rule.
He just said that
radio,
he just said that you
radio
can never
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and level.
said that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
That would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not true.
Okay, but now he's.
Yes, it is. You can look up the science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land and back.
Now you're witnessing and globally referencing the container. It doesn't know it. I don't experience a flat stationary plane enclosed so that we can breathe. I'll let it continue. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of.
The ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off.
It's a layer in the atmosphere.
In the atmosphere sphere?
It's a sphere.
Do I get to answer your question? Do I get to answer your question? Or are you done yet? Just let me know. Let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
If the atmosphere is circular, spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome,
Brenda,
over your head.
It would be a shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said
the ionosphere.
I'm sure you could have said the question.
He asked me a question.
Well, answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
It's been nice talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into it.
So can I do that? Can I do that now?
Stop talking about it. Just do it.
Well, just let me know when I can talk.
You just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right? And then down on ground, the ground's the Earth, like the ground part of the circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth. So it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
Well,
the radius.
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
It's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo.
It's not. It's a different sense.
That doesn't mean that I
It means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's the cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Brenda, you do blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes, you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
That's not the cause, is it? The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance, and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you prove that?
What's the observed natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not true.
I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
rate. You have to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate.
hold on.
Yes, you have to
pretend like
eliminate
the air
air
doesn't
resistance. You have to
Also, you have to
eliminate.
pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a
How do
minute.
you eliminate
Now,
the air?
now Brenda
How
understands. Hold on, hold on. Let
about
me finish this
shape
count.
of the
Everybody be
how
quiet.
about
Everybody
shape?
be quiet. Just for a
You're
second.
talking over
Just
each
for a
other.
second.
Boys, chill.
Just for a second.
All right,
Yeah.
that's the end of
Just
that.
for a second. Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the
Right, so-
tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good
Yeah, well,
enough.
just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you
Well,
can't measure,
hold
if you
on.
can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So, so where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the
just assume-
hypothesis. That's the
Right, but you-
hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It
Cavendish,
measures.
you claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove
you
things.
just used the word prove, so I just
Yeah,
reiterated
there's a
that.
colloquial. There's a colloquial definition, and there's a proper
so
scientific definition.
I'm surely I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied
No,
specifically.
I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes
so-
people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
I told you.
did this,
Galileo's
Galileo did-
experiments.
What-
Yes,
what-
Galileo's
what-
experiments
what
of
was-
dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an
But
experiment.
it's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects and down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of, and inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
So, okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have 2 sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated it. You just admitted
Galileo
that he never did this.
Is eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take the 2 sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object. Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do one-on-one with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an
You
explanation?
don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
Paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
No, science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk. Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space. Pictures in space from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
does
think
the ISS
NASA
show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs
Of what?
from space
Of what?
of the
Of
Earth.
what, though?
Of
The
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole
Wait a
Earth,
minute,
some
you
are a
just said
portion.
you don't accept. You just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How
Holy
can we
crap.
verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys, 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you
Right,
video.
so you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude.
Well,
Because
why not?
pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not
that
an
they're
instance.
taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos
Okay.
from space.
Yeah, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
Yes,
the
there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's
Yeah.
no evidence that that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full
Keep saying
revolution.
it.
Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes,
Not
yes, there you
orbiting
go.
the Earth.
Thank you.
Those
Thank
are two
you.
different things.
Brenda,
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having
I've got
problems.
quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right?
Yeah, I'm saying-
there's
but
the,
I'm
bu- there's the
specifically
building.
what?
There's the plans for building it, the actual
I'm
building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
All
a
of
plan
that-
to waste millions.
All of that is evidence, right? That there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly
You mean
in
the
low Earth
construction
orbit.
the construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour?
That
Yeah.
still doesn't
Yeah.
prove. You
That's
say
all
that
evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
but you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest,
No,
by the
no,
way.
there's-
Thank you
there's-
for being
yes.
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm
Where
happy to be
credit is due.
honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal
Yes.
more than you probably think I
That
will.
you- Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's
Yes.
not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what
Fair.
that's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what
it's a
knowledge is.
justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief,
There you
or
go.
if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Of course you.
No, I don't. That's self.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it true?
Ear, well, I accept that. So
yeah, you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up. But I think it's a good definition. So
mine is not made up. This is the standard epistemological definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh, yeah, it's on McToons. It's on McToons. Yes, it's on McToons.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you, Brenda,
listen,
for double
Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes, I have no problem with that.
Great. Let's talk about current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you changed the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
All that matters, when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature of the
crap,
Earth.
shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Well,
Okay,
if I
legit.
interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it
The
was.
question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So
No,
you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We'd need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. The collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
I think it's pretty important.
No, if the Earth
not
curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over, I want to say something.
Before you go on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time, bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed. Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is the ball. The sun is a ball of gas, plasma, right?
Vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity. Yeah,
You
already
never
we've been
demonstrated
through
it.
that. We've been
No,
through
you
that.
didn't. You
Haven't
didn't
yes.
isolate your pseudo force from
We
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and
We
electrostatics that are
did.
present in all intermolecular
By
interactions.
using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no
still present.
static charge. There's no static charge
It's present in
on
everything.
the weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's
Yeah.
present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas
Take
produces
us,
gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is a theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it? Mm-hmm. Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the pillars of creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine. Right,
so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras? What the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point is, Hubble does not take photographs.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
Well, what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases?
Dust and gases.
Dust and gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
Because we're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna stay in the vacuum, or is it gonna go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking you a question. Do you know?
No, I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those
can I just quickly
Get posted an image of the Pillars of Creation. Those pillars are light years across.
And they're created by visual artists.
No, it's an image.
Listen. I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Louis Calder said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
Guys, hold on.
He isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No, making animation. They literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with
creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation. They label them.
And that doesn't.
Brenda, man, honest to God, like that, it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Let me ask him a
Yes,
question.
all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying that gas can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Wait, so what is a vacuum? Can you define that really quick?
There's regions in space where
No,
there
I'm not
is
talking about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, that's cool.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
it does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify?
Because you keep asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum. The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
it's
animation.
It's a compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
It's irrelevant. You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their book.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay? So when they tell you something like the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in? Something you said never happens. Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is.
That's
then we zoomed them back in.
It's not the optical
and we saw
horizon.
them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just because
it did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the Black Swan before, so again, I think you're just lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
Black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric, that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No
the horizon
less
does
than.
not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, which includes
black swan if it did that.
Which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
No,
where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction? Refraction? That's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on some media.
You're done with, bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match game set is over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't have
a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No,
yes, it is.
The angle is what the light does after it
sine of theta.
The surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's the law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and Aniso was different, but we don't need to.
ISO's the same.
Over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and Aniso, or with an "and" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
Deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium. It doesn't go from like water to air.
You don't get.
So there's a bit of a problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what was first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction limited zone, or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's, consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject. Do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in the live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
Ah, I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon just by
If you can
increasing the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you don't have a
use ad hoc.
physical horizon.
I said the black swan strawmans. The black swan strawmans the model that we're using.
It's
strawmans it because the proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
Magic.
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just
measurements.
How much you need to make that work.
We don't have measurements.
It's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just, by your own admission, right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect right, right?
There are. I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like yourself.
No.
The difference between us,
you're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference between us and
Galileo done
you, Brenda.
experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. That's TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
you know
saying,
what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
what can't we say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. You make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The Black Swan measures the horizon to
be
it
doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
I don't care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's
get to
all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't
So
get
why
to
are you
tell me.
asking?
You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No, you don't have the model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
I've taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you've made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how,
we steel-manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is apparent, not geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
You said
the horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said. Boats go over, but actually they don't. And
how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So.
Wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits a fallacy.
Explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you do every single time we falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
So are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can.
How much?
Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have
we would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Now, let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brandon.
What? I'm
hold
kind
on.
of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you
So-
don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just
So
told
you don't
you,
have a claim.
refraction. I just told you, refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no
Yeah.
substance to it.
Yes,
You
there
haven't
is.
No,
Listen,
there
Brenda,
isn't.
You're saying,
We
Brenda,
go to the Green Flashes. Go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone
for
else will
refraction.
get it for you. Okay.
But he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your credentials are. I know
What?
it's from
Your-
what
your
physical
block-
data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't
Exactly.
provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant
Because
expert.
that's
I
how
don't
science
care.
works. Because that's how science
Appealing
works.
to credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the
And then
Black
invoke
Swan,
some priest. Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
in the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig, is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there?
They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why
You have to
not?
tell us exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious. That's all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show it.
Yes, it
Geometric
does.
horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bullcrap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable. He's the one being fallacious.
And it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Well, at
And the
first
one
he
they're
said
using
that-
is, I'm sorry, the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right, and at first he
So,
said
I just
that
wanna
we
say-
can see it because boats go over it, and then he completely adjusted his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical instruction. It's just totally dishonest.
I wanted to ask a question when you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship and I zoom in, like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in and now we can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse need to move further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. Well, that means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies their horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
and if it isn't,
you can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. You know, it's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be an easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
So another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than,
yeah,
Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you straw manning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally like pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pile up. And once there's a pile up, it grows. Like they keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet. Only
You guys gotta read the lobby right now. It's just too freaking funny, man. This guy's making claims, right? Making all these claims. Earth is a globe. Sun is a ball. We say, okay, no problem. We'll accept that. Where's the proof? His response: the conclusion is you don't need proof for everything. You just don't need to contest everything. It makes more sense that the scientists are right. Wow, people. This is the peak of the Globers right now. Hey, so can you prove the things you're saying to be true? You're looking too deep. Oh, okay, buddy.
Hello. Welcome. Dead Air Sunday strikes again. How's everybody doing? Big 3 meals on the cot.